Alright. What's going on, Red? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. We're just heading out. It's actually going to be a pretty good deal cooler today than yesterday. Well, actually, the past several days, believe it or not. Supposedly the high is going to be 86. And the high lately has been like 95, 98, 99. You know, just... In other words, pretty heckin' hot. Don't get me wrong, 86 is still pretty hot, but nowhere near 95, 98. Pretty big deal. Let's see. Yeah, what's the matter, Red? Feel free to share. Just don't forget to hit that like button. You won't get out of the hospital till next week? Well, I don't know, man. It seems like every time you go in there, they're not actually able to treat whatever you're dealing with. So, I don't know if it's going to wind up being for the better or not. I'm not sure. But it was a straight-on fraction. They wouldn't have figured that out by now? That's weird. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, welcome everyone. Appreciate you guys being here with me. It's your boy. My name is Mike. I dash on a bike. And we got an interesting topic that we're going to go over in today's live stream. Share some perspective and maybe get to the bottom of things with certain topics. You know, that's something I've been trying to aim for on a regular basis with these live streams. You know, stir up some nice productive discussion opportunity while still having a good time. And, you know, me also working towards whatever particular goals I have. So, your trip might be canceled. Yeah, I was about to say, it doesn't seem like you're in the position to have a trip what you're dealing with. I mean, it does suck, but I don't know, man. I mean, I guess you gotta do whatever you gotta do to get proper treatment. So yeah, I'm gonna head over to my usual zone. And I'll give people just a little bit of time to pop in before we get started. Oh, okay. Oh my God, here we go. What the hell? Oh, Jesus. Here we go. So, $4, 4.2 miles, right? Nope. That's at least 5 miles. They want me to go all the way up there. Jesus, man. I don't know what's going on lately, dude, but DoorDash keeps sending me far. Like, they keep dragging my ass up that way. I don't really know why, but it's unbelievable. I mean, if they're going to keep dragging me up there... Oh, shit. Why did you even come down this... Shit. Are you lost? Damn. Hey, Kaylee. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, so DoorDash is dragging me pretty far, yet again. Lord knows why. They keep dragging me out to the northern part of Titusville, and yet they're not really giving me orders up that way. I don't get it. But I digress. Anyway, let me make a U-turn. And yeah, if you're wondering why I take an order like that, well, you know, we're still taking every single order until I get the 100% AR with DoorDash. I know we're less than 50 orders away. Just got to keep grinding it out, you know. Let's see, you're going to see if you can get out today. Is that going to... Yeah, but Red, if you get out today, what if you have to go back? You know? What if you have to go back? Because, I mean, it seems like every other day you're going back there, man. Anyway, how's your day going, Kaylee? You having a good morning so far? Getting your day started? Let's see. Not really? Yeah. Well, hope you experienced something of a thrilling Thursday today. It's okay, though. All right. As long as you're okay. That's all that matters, right? Let's see. Red says hospital bill's killing me. I know, man, but it seems like no matter what, you find yourself going back there. It's like, I don't really know what to tell you, man. You know, it's like, if you stay there for a day and then they release you, then you go back like every 2 or 3 days. Like, it seems like you're stuck in a cycle, man. I don't really know what to say. I mean, it sucks, but I don't know what else to say beyond that. But yeah, speaking of suck, man, why does DoorDash keep doing this to me? Is it because I'm taking everything? That's not fair. Come on, man. Where are the high pay orders at, DoorDash? You started my day off with a $4 5.5 mile order. Yeah, I get that, but I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what to tell you. So, I mean, like, probably day after tomorrow or 2 days from now, you're going to say that you're going back. It's like, what am I supposed to say? You know, what am I supposed to say about that? You know, I don't know what to say about that. Nothing in roadie. I'm trying to see if I can stack something up that way. I mean, this is ridiculous. Man, I want to get this goddamn challenge over with. Okay. But yeah, I know I still got a bit of a ways to go. I might do a double shift today just because the weather's going to be nicer. Like, the high is going to be 86, that's what they say. The high lately has been like almost 100 degrees out down here. That's crazy. The humidity's not even that impressive either. There's been no rain. Although it's not as dry as last month. Last month was ridiculously dry. Although it wasn't as hot. So, I don't know, some trade-offs there, I guess. Yeah, I want to get this damn challenge done and over with. These orders, man, these orders just ain't worth it. They're just not. But hey, you know, I'm a man of my word. I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. The only way that I'm pulling out of this challenge is if we miss another order again. Because if I miss another order, they're going to drop me down to they're going to drop me back down to 98. And at that rate, I'll be like, all right, well, I give up. But otherwise, we're gonna keep on marching. You know, I think we got 47, 46 orders left. I think something like that. I know it's less than 50, but I digress. But yeah, it's like I want to talk about the subject for today, but there's really no one here yet, so I'll just give everyone a chance to pop in. In the meantime, we're gonna head up to McDonald's, get this order. Rocking about 80 miles an hour. That's a pretty decent pace. Come on. God damn it. Come on, keep moving, people. Keep moving. Let's go. There we go. Get it. Yeah, I want to get on this side because we got this big path. Get me further away from the road. It's like I hate having to be on this road until I reach this point. When I reach this point, we got this big bike path. Definitely makes it safer. Because it gets me off the road, you know. Yeah, welcome everyone that's popping in. If there is anyone, I don't know. I mean, the bell went out. And I did announce yesterday that this is what we're doing this morning. Alright, are you gonna look? Wow. Remember to look both ways, please. Come on, man. You look like you've been driving for a long time. So you should know better. But yeah, welcome whoever's watching. Appreciate you guys being here with me. Hurry up! Come on! You have the right of way. You're gonna cause an accident like that. Shit. Did people take their stupid pills this morning? Damn. It's like, you're in the turning lane. You have the right of way. Just take it. Yeah, hopefully we get some decent orders up here. Although I'm willing to bet they're probably going to drag me back down here. They'll probably drag me back, or I'll have to operate on dead miles and then come back up here. I don't know what's going on. DoorDash be tripping lately, dude. They be tripping lately. But yeah, since the weather's going to be nicer, I'll probably just have, I'll probably do a double shift today. Might as well. But yeah, welcome everyone that's popping in. You know, feel free to let me know who's here. Appreciate you guys being here with me. Want to see some people actually come in before I talk about the subject. Otherwise, I'm just monologuing in thin air, you know. I mean, I do that anyway, but still. Hey, Sandra. Hey, Nana. How you doing? Good to see ya. All right, where's this guy going? Can you pick a side, please? Which way are you going? All right. Come on, stay straight, man, please. Jeez. I saw that guy swerving back and forth, dude. It's like, I don't know if he's gonna run into me and then, you know, try to steal my shit. You never know. Let's see. Oh, come on. Just go. God damn. Yeah. Thanks for looking out for me. Psych. Hey, Share Bear. Good to see you, too. Nana's at the W2. Just stopping by to say hi. Alright, have a good day at work, Nana. Don't work too hard. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I see we got purple Share Bear and we got orange Share Bear up in the house. Nice. Appreciate you being here with me. You are heckin' dope. But yeah, DoorDash, they're playing games with me, man. They keep dragging me far away. I don't know why they keep doing this. It's starting to get really, really annoying. You know, it's like I've got my zone right next door, and I know this order's available there, and yet the first thing they send me is a $4 6-mile order. Like, what's up with that, man? $4 for 6 miles at the McDonald's up here? There's a McDonald's like a mile and a half from the house. You know, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why they keep doing that. It's really dumb, man. You know, Platinum Dasher, Pro Shopper, this is the kind of shit they keep sending me. It's like, if they're gonna drag me up here, they might as well send me something else while I'm up here. And a lot of the time they don't. See, that makes it even worse, man. You know, it's like they're dragging me all the way up here for like a single fucking order. I don't get it. There's a bunch of merchants here too, you know? There's Wendy's, there's a Chinese place, there's a Subway, there's a Winn-Dixie, there's multiple Dollar Generals, there's a Walgreens, there's a CVS that's east from here. And they're not going to send me anything while I'm up here. Or maybe I'll be wrong, I don't know. But every time I stay up here, they never send me anything. But they drag me up here. That's the thing. They drag me up here, and they don't send me anything else up here. So then, this $4 6-mile commute, if I'm just sitting around not getting any orders up here, is going to wind up me traveling back probably 10 plus miles for $4. Isn't that ridiculous? It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm not trying to start the day off complaining. It's just, still, it's weird, you know? You know, that's all they're gonna do. It's like, what the hell's the incentive to take everything then? It's a real shame because, you know, 2 consecutive weeks, yeah, I did put up with orders similar to this, but the overall money I made was higher. Because they were actually sending me some good orders. Hey, puppies. Like, they were actually sending me either some solid orders or enough orders to make up for it. And this week, it's like, what the hell? You know? What's going on here? It's crazy. They don't care because they're not the ones that have to do it. Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, God damn it. Hold on. Charger fell out. Well, my second one. I bought a second charger from the store yesterday. So now I can keep both my phones charged up while I'm out at the same time. Instead of having to share one charger with 2 phones, each phone has its own. So it wasn't expensive. It was like $12 at Walmart. So no big deal. But yeah, that is true. They don't have to do it, so they don't care. It's still really dumb, as one would imagine. You know, it's like, the thing too is they know that e-bikes can only go so fast if they're street legal. And they still expect me to like get this kind of stuff done in like 10-15 minutes. Meanwhile, it takes about 15-20 minutes just to get up here before I even do the order. Hey Charles, how you doing? I hope the morning gets better, Charles, because $4 for 6 miles. And instead of the McDonald's over by me, they're dragging me up here, back in northern Titusville. They've been doing this every goddamn day for almost a week now. For almost a week now, they've been dragging me up here every goddamn day. And every time they drag me up here, I barely get anything. It's so stupid. Like, you would think that, oh, well, if I'm up here and all the other drivers are down there, I'd have less competition. The problem is that they still barely send me anything here, you know? They still barely send me anything. So I just don't see that being truly worthwhile. But, of course, I'm still following my rule where I have to take everything. No exceptions, you know? Hey, Blessed Mama, how you doing? Good to see you. Peter's principle in force. Yep. Alright, well, we just made it to McDonald's, so we didn't spend a crazy ton of time, but as you can tell, it didn't take a little while to get up here. It took at least 20 minutes. Well, about 20 minutes. Yeah, give or take. Hopefully this order's ready. We'll talk more about today's topic, but I want people to actually come in, you know? I want to see some more people come in. So, in the meantime, I'm going to go get this order. I'll be right out. guys, we got the $4 order. 2 bags. Yes, there it is. Charles says DoorDash push you to the limit. You know they can't hear you, right? Hey, you're not wrong. But, you know, if we're not talking, then, you know, nothing gets addressed, as you probably know. You know, at the very least, I look at it this way, too. You figure that there's also a lot of people that watch gig content that watch us, right? And I'm sure quite a few of them use DoorDash too. The big problem that I've seen, Charles, and one of the big shortcomings with this conversation is that the consumers are not involved. You know, they're just not. Now, I'm not saying we're going to protest or anything like that, right? But, you know, I title these streams and give us the opportunity to talk about stuff because, well, it's worth discussing. You know? And speaking of which, while I got you here, feel free to answer the question that's in the pinned comment and the title of the live stream in the comments below. And if anyone else wants to chip in, that'd be great too. Let's stir up some little discussion. I mean, for what it is, this customer does live very close to this place, so we're not having to go that far away. All right, here we are. On my way with your order. And who knows, maybe they'll tip extra. As you guys have seen, that does actually happen. A sense of wonder. Hey, good to see you. How's your day going? Alright, it's 9:21. And we gotta drop this off by 9:25. But it's really close, so fair enough. Nice. There we go. You're trying to learn more about gig work? Oh, okay. Well, you've come to the right channel then. There's, luckily on this channel, we've got a relatively open door policies. Baby, please. You know, we generally have pretty cool vibes here. You know, lots of great people in this community. So I think you'll fit right in. And yeah, this order that I'm working on right now, it's paying $4 and it's going 6 miles. And the only reason why I took it is because we're taking everything until we get to that 100% acceptance rate with DoorDash. And once I get to that point, I'm ultimately going to determine whether or not that was really worth doing. Perhaps gain some new perspective based on having taken everything. Now, I've been platinum with DoorDash for almost a year now, which means that you have to take at least 70%, depending on your market, at least 70% of the offers they send you. But it does come with perks. That's really what it is, perks. Whether or not those perks are truly worthwhile, more often than not, is highly contentious. But otherwise, some people feel that it's worth taking the majority of stuff for the overall money that can be made. You know? And I've definitely experienced that more often than not, but sometimes it's blatantly ridiculous. You know, it's like, there's a McDonald's less than 2 miles from my house, like 1.5 miles, and they drag me up to this one, you know? It's pretty dumb. But I digress. $2. Okay. So at least it had a tip. So the total payout was $2 base pay and $2 customer tip. And yeah, if you're doing earn by offer with these companies, the base pay is ridiculously low. So basically, the way that the system is, in case many of you didn't know, the way that these gig apps are set up now is where they lower acquisition costs, which is basically stuff like promo pay, base pay, other incentives, knowing that we're still going to keep doing gig work anyway. And unfortunately, that creates a system to where even if drivers boycott, well, guess what? There's no overhead costs for drivers, for DoorDash and these other companies. So they'll be like, all right, well, if you don't want to do DoorDash, we've got 5, 10, 15, 20 other people that will. So they just replace the drivers without it costing a dime, pretty much. So it does create this unfortunate loop. And a lot of consumers don't know this, right? This is why it's important to say. A lot of consumers don't know that this is how they get their bottom line. They have more drivers on the road, even if there's not that many orders going around, because that's how they get them delivered as quickly and as cheaply as possible. And then we're given some scraps in return. And whatever scraps they give, they leave it up to the customer to make up the difference. So that's why, you know, it's created a bit of this unhealthy relationship between the consumer and driver, to where the customer has to tip that much more to compensate for the low base pay. But the customer doesn't want to have that pressure because they're already paying ridiculous fees just to get just basic essentials from Dollar General delivered to them, right? They got to pay the service fees. They got to pay the delivery fee. Even if they have Dash Pass, they still have to pay for upmarked stuff by 30% if they order from a restaurant. And then there's the tip. And oftentimes the consumer either spends so much that they have little left over or none at all. Unless the customer is extraordinarily generous, you know? Unless the customer is extraordinarily generous, which, let's be honest, that is not as common as you might think. Or maybe you do think it's not common. I don't know. So it's a bit of an unfortunate circumstance where they're not really going to change unless there's some kind of federal pressure on them. And that has led to something like Prop 22 in California. I don't have Spark. I was deactivated from them since Wonder. Otherwise, I would do Spark. But I have to stick with whatever apps I have available to me, which is DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, Shipt, and Roadie. That's about it. All right, just done. All right, I'm gonna move over to the side. And keep in mind, when I'm talking like this, I really do sympathize with the consumer, right? Because DoorDash is allowed to upcharge everyone as much as they want, and they pocket everything. And there's no pressure for them to give back, so then they don't, right? Because there's no direct association of greater business, greater financial outcomes for DoorDash with paying the drivers more, unless they're pressured by the federal government. Again, Prop 22. And by the way, I'm a huge advocate for Prop 22. I think we should have that everywhere, but that's just me. Basically, what Prop 22 does is that they have a federally required, state law required minimum that is above minimum wage based on active hour. So you don't get paid for downtime, which makes sense, right? If we're just sitting around in a parking lot, I don't think we should get paid for that. But it puts the active hourly rate above minimum wage. And it cannot be any lower than that for the gig apps that are involved in California, to a lesser extent Manhattan as well. Although I heard that some countermeasures from these companies were created to make that ultimately less effective, like taking away upfront tips. I don't have Instacart either. I was deactivated from them almost 4 years ago. Otherwise, I would do Instacart as well. Hey Vince, how you doing? Good to see you. Is it good to be very attracted to my girlfriend to the point it gets... I don't know. Like, you don't have a... Wait, how am I supposed to answer that if you don't have a girlfriend? I'm not a counselor, clown spirit. If you need to see an actual counselor, please see an actual counselor if you can. You didn't say if I had. You said, is it good to be very attracted to my girlfriend to the point it gets addicting? I've had it like that before and it was hard. So you didn't explicitly state if I had. So I wasn't sure how to answer that. Get some of these phones charging up a little bit. I actually bought 2 chargers. It's so hard when I'm in a... Hold on. Okay, we got another order. This one's a lot more reasonable. I'm glad they actually gave me something while I'm up here. So here we go. It's 5:25 for about 2 miles. It's at the McDonald's I was just at, and we're still really close to it. So let's take it. See, that's what I mean, man. It's like, if DoorDash is going to drag me all the way out here, they might as well just send me stuff while I'm here, right? Makes sense. Thank you for answering my questions about gig work. Oh yeah, whatever questions you have, I'm always willing to answer, right? I want everyone in on the conversation, not just drivers, because if drivers are the only people talking and asking questions, it turns into a giant echo chamber. I want everyone involved with these kind of conversations. Now, if you're here, you're never pressured to actually engage. I'm just saying if you want to. If you just feel like running the stream in the background, probably because you're working on your W-2 or you got something else going on, then I love that. That's amazing. Even if you can't stay long, you just feel like hitting the lick button and saying hi, that's great too, right? I'm not going to tell you what you should and shouldn't do on my channel. I appreciate any and every bit of support that I get here. I just mean that if you want to be part of the conversation, if you want to be, and there's no pressure to ever have to, but if you want to be part of the conversation, then I don't want it to just be drivers. Especially if said drivers are not customers of DoorDash either, right? Because I think drivers that do rely on DoorDash for delivery for their own stuff, that might sound ironic, but I can assure you it's not. They have perspective too, What can, like when I'm in a so addicting, get so, well, just, you got to talk to your partner, man, right? Talk to your partner, be honest with them, right? If they're not into that, then they'll let you know. If some kind of compromise, and here's the thing, right? Compromise is very important in relationships. Compromise, communication. If you come up short with either of those things, your relationship is either not going to work out in the long run, or you're just going to be stuck miserable with each other. Neither outcome's desirable, and unfortunately that happens way more often than not. So, you said you don't have a partner right now, so if you're going to put yourself out there for a potential partner, then just be upfront. Be like, hey, I'm pretty, my libido and whatnot, right? Because you never know. Maybe her freak can match your freak. That's a possibility too. But you don't know that unless you actually talk. You don't actually know. You'll never actually know that if you don't communicate with your partner or potential partner or whatever applies in that moment. You just got to actually talk to them. You know, red pill people are going to be like, oh, you know, put her in check, assert your dominance, you're an alpha, whatever. It's like, dude, no one fucking acts like that in real life. It's like, no, it's like, talk to them, man. You know, just talk to them. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna keep you guys out here for a little bit, and I'll be right out. Just hold down the fort for me while you're at it. Don't forget to hit that like button. Hey, Pokes, good to see you. Luckily the order was ready, so that's good. I had to do a little tinkle winkle or whatever. So feeling better with that. But yeah, since I'm back, we can get this dropped off and take it from there. Let's see. Clown says, why do you have such good advice all the time? You have so many skills, it's crazy. Well, you know what it is, man, right? At the end of the day, knowledge is power, but it's not everything. And that's something that youngsters need to learn, is that knowledge isn't everything. If you don't apply what you know, and if you don't go out there and experience things for yourself, you're limiting the amount of wisdom you can acquire. And that's no fault of someone that's young, right? If you're young, you haven't been here long. But you don't want to just, you know, like stay on the computer, stay in a Discord server, or just stay shielded by the walls and doors and windows of your house while judging the world. right? Put yourself out there, gain some perspective from people. And you do that over time, and you learn and understand that life isn't as black and white as we want it to be, right? Things that we believe could be right based on how they're written can differ based on how they're applied. Sometimes they correlate, sometimes they don't. It could be a good thing, it could be a not so good thing. I don't know. But you don't know if all you do is just know rather than experience, rather than gain perspective, right? That kind of stuff's important. I mean, that's if you even want to stick around in this lifetime, right? Because at that stage of the game, then you need to figure out, all right, well, what do I do from here? I don't know. Why you seem so angry today? You good, broski? Oh, me? I'm not angry. I'm just serious. That's it. I mean, I also wasn't particularly thrilled about this $4 6-mile order at a McDonald's that is 5 miles from the house. Oh, me? Oh. Well, yeah, Clown Spirit. It seems like they're dealing with issues. I mean, every time they come here, it kind of sours the mood a little bit. Just being honest with you, but at the same time, I don't really mind answering those questions if you gain something out of it. But I want you to apply what you know, and I want you to apply whatever newfound perspective you find for yourself. Right? If you just go around trying to get confirmation or asking questions, but you don't actually do anything about it, then what's the point? You know? And I'm not saying you're like that, so don't take that personal, Clown Spirit, but I'm just being honest about how I feel about that kind of mentality. It's like, if you genuinely want to know certain topics that apply in the real world, then I would have to ask, all right, well, with this newfound perspective, are you going to apply what you now know? You know, and that isn't always the case, unfortunately, but I digress. You get 100 after that, don't let them do you dirty. Yeah, I don't think I want to take every single order anymore, but I'm a man of my word. I said I'm getting to that 100, we're getting to that 100. And it's not necessarily for DoorDash. My perspective is, hey, I'm learning something about what is and isn't ideal based on my circumstances, and adapting with the times, you know? Like, I can't stay stuck in the same workflow that I had back in 2021, for example, right? It's not 2021 anymore, it's 2025. A lot has changed. Gig work doesn't stand still. The gig economy, it's not actually an economy, by the way. It's an industry. The gig industry, if you want to look at it that way, is always changing. And you have to adapt with the times, or just stay stuck in your ways. And I don't want to fall into that trap, right? So, what isn't viable, and sharing my experience. You got to do cleaning today. My mom is bugging me. All right, well, hopefully you got something out of it. You know, hopefully you got something out of what I was, saying to you, Clown Spirit. And hopefully you have a good day. See you next time. Appreciate you being here. You're heckin' dope. Yeah, we're not too far away. We're pretty close. We're getting there. I will have to get on. I will have to make a left at some point. Or maybe it's not. But either way, appreciate you guys being here. And if you guys read the live stream title, or if you read the question in the pinned comment, feel free to answer it. Elaborate in the comments down below. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is over by the Parish Medical Center. I mean, it's got Parish in the name, so I think by process of elimination, that's where it's at. Man, so many people in Titusville, they complain about this freaking medical facility, dude. Including my landlord. When she had to go there, they solved nothing. They couldn't even, like, they prescribed her the wrong stuff. They prescribed her the wrong dosages. They couldn't even figure out what the hell happened when her neurologist basically said, oh, you're dehydrated. You know? Like, what is that? What kind of incompetence is that? And that's a goddamn medical facility, dude. What the hell kind of training are these people getting? Are they getting anything? Are they just shadowing fairly experienced people? Because if they are, that sounds a lot like retail. You know, retail is pretty much just like that. They don't even do paid training for most places anymore. Now you just have to shadow someone that had to shadow someone else. So they barely even know what they're doing, and they're supposed to tell you how to do what you're doing. You know? They're so dumb. I know why they do that. It saves money, right? They're saving money by doing that. They don't want to spend the money with paid training, so they don't give it. It's like, all right, well, if you can just do an acceptable, you know, if you can do something that we consider acceptable by our, I mean, I was going the same way, but that's okay, whatever. Whatever. It's all right. Who gives a shit about people like me anyway? I know you don't. Thanks for nothing, you hag. Hey, Bud Files, how you doing? What's up, Wolf? Come down from your high horse, listen to authority. Oh, haha, very funny.
You are hysterical, you are hilarious. So funny.
How's your day going, Wolf? We're almost there. It's 9:48, and they want this drop to go up by 9:53. Official system sucks ass so often, private's the best, but it costs more. Well, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong about that one. Like, you know, as a gig worker, I'm going to tell you how ultimately polarizing my experience with gig work companies really is, you know, as you guys have come to know. Like, I know for the most part, I'm generally positive and have an overall positive outlook on life. Because I know that a lot of us are just good-intentioned people trying to do the best we can, make do with what we have, and support each other so we can grow and learn, you know, and laugh sometimes, you know. Hey, Colleen, how you doing? Good to see you. We're dropping off our second DoorDash. It was from McDonald's. We had 2 back-to-back McDonald's. The catch, though, is they dragged me back up to North Titusville to do it. Instead of, I don't know, maybe the nearest McDonald's, 1.5 miles from the house. Nah, why do that? But it's okay. Because we're here, we're going to do our thing, you know? That's really all that counts, right? Hope you're having a good morning so far. So far, so good? Nice. Good to hear that. Okay, I found where we're dropping off at. Never. Oh, yeah, never. Nah. DoorDash dragging me up here, even though they probably have 5-10 other drivers over here. Nah. But hey, you know, we'll see what happens. Alright, let's get this dropped off, and I'll be right out. 9:50. Alright, we're right on time, so that's good. Okay, what do we got? Well, that's done. Let's see what else we can get while we're soaking up some sun. My rent is sky high. They want me to do garden work. I tried, but the device couldn't, like, get away all the weeds. So it looked like I did nothing. Are they able to, like, maybe give you a better piece of equipment? That's like trying to cut grass with scissors, you know? That sounds pretty... That doesn't sound like very fair circumstances for you. Let's see, beautiful day out there. Yeah, it actually is. And it's not supposed to get as hot as it has been the past, like, week. It's slightly cooling down, so the high is supposed to be 86 today. Instead of, like, 95, 96, like it's been lately. It's been as high as, like, 98, 99 a couple days. So that's a pretty big difference. Good for me, right? This week, looking forward. You don't want to lose late notice, music stuff. I need to move so I can be alone. Yeah, I'm aware that you don't really have the best circumstances in general, which is unfortunate. Are you able to find something cheaper, though? Family is often a burden. I mean, it depends on your relationship with with your family. You know, like, if someone cuts off their family completely, for example, then I guess they're not really a burden because they're not in your life. But at the same time, you know, there are people that have good relationships with family members, and they believe it's worth, you know, they believe it's worth it. You know, like, I love my mom and brother, for example, you know, and I know I don't always get to go down there because, you know, I don't own a car, right? That makes it pretty difficult sometimes, especially if it takes away from me working, which it does. It can get hard to get down there sometimes, but, you know, when I'm able to, the trip is worth it because, you know, I love them and care about them and support them, as they do with me, you know? And I know that not everyone is able to have a good relationship with family members like that. And it sucks that it's, I'm not going to say it sucks, it's unfortunate that people have to deal with that. It really is. But I also don't want my own worldview clouded by my own biases either, right? Like, I'm not going to say, and I'm not saying you are, Ulf, I'm not saying you are, but I'm not going to say that, like, family is a burden if, well, I'm also not going to say that family is, like, the world's greatest asset either if I overly lean towards one view at the expense of how it's actually like for a lot of people, you know? Like, I know there's a lot of people that have loving, caring parents and siblings. There's a lot of other people that don't have it. There's a lot of people that are trying to improve the relationship that they have with their parents and siblings and everything else in between, you know? All right, Red just got back home. So, all right, I'm guessing you got released then. But, you know, I don't know. You can call a girlfriend family as well. She's not a burden. Yeah. But when I say family, I'm really more leaning towards either the immediate family or maybe biological, but I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, I did get another order. It's a Dollar General. Surprise, surprise, it's taking me back south. I knew they were going to do that. But, you know, it's probably for the better. It's probably for the better, because if I stay up here, I'm not going to get anything. At least we're adding more orders to the count. And I'm not even keeping count anymore, right? When it happens, it happens. That's how it's going to go down. Because if I start adding that in the thumbnail or the title, it starts to clash with the thumbnail or title. Although I'm not always sure how many people actually read the thumbnail or the title. Feel free to let me know if you do in the comments down below. So I like to have people have some kind of idea of what to expect when they come here, you know? Let's see, Detroit says, let's go! Yep, it's $8.75 for about 4 miles, and it's got 3 items, so it's a pretty small order. So, I mean, it is $2 a mile, and it's getting me away from here, so that's fine. Ow! Yeah, I know. Yeah, you said you had a fracture. I mean, I hope you can get something to deal with it, but otherwise, you know, I'm not sure what to tell you, man. You know, if you're not at the hospital, you're not getting treatment, but at the same time, I know that you have those bills, so it's kind of, it's pretty much, it sounds like a catch-22, and you just have to you just have to make a decision and go with it. Alright, what's this guy doing? He's on the wrong side of the road. It was a nail in my tire going through my inner tube. Oh, okay. Yeah, Detroit, check out that bike tutorial video on my channel, man. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but in my videos tab, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a video on how to change e-bike tires. It's less than 3 minutes long. It's really, really useful. That's going to save you a lot of money, man. Because, you know, you keep taking your bike to the shop, they're just going to keep price gouging you. You don't even need that many tools, right? You need a fixed wrench, you need an adjustable wrench, a patch kit. That's pretty much it. So the tools themselves are dirt cheap. You can buy each one. You can buy for like less than a couple dollars, like a couple dollars max at Walmart. But just watch the video, follow along with it. That's going to save you a lot of money, man. That's why I made the video. It's not necessarily to undercut bike shops. It's because I want to help people save money and learn new skills. Let's see, the bills are going to kill me. You're in debt with the bills too. Oh, you'd be surprised how many of us have debt, Brett. You'd be surprised how many gig workers have debt, that they're using their gig work to pay off their debt. So I can relate, man. I know it's not medical debt, but debt is still debt at the end of the day. You know, if anything, try to get yourself on some kind of financial relief program. They are out there, but you got to look for them. Like, they don't just come to your doorstep. You got to go out there and find it. And if you don't, then, well, I don't know what else to tell you. Right? Take action. That's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. Take action. Ow. You want to kill... Music's not... I don't know why you keep thinking AI is going to kill music, man. Just keep making your music. You know, it's like, let people use AI to make their music if they want. But if you want to make your music your way, then do it. What's stopping you? If people, here's the thing, right? People still want to see people make music. People still want to see people performing music. People still want to see people setting a stage, creating some kind of experience that we can all enjoy. As long as you want to keep doing that, that's all that matters. You know, that's all that matters. Just keep doing it. Keep working towards that if that's something you really want in life. And there's always going to be an audience for it. I mean, regardless of how I feel about AI morally, I know it's here to stay, right? And it's been in the works for decades and decades. So people use it or they don't. That's really the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so, you know? People still want heartfelt stuff. Yeah, I agree. People still want stuff that's made by people. People also want stuff that they don't necessarily need musical talent for either. And that's fine too. You know, it's like, who are we to tell people what they can and can't enjoy music-wise, even if it's done by AI? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, whatever you want. It's none of my business. I don't think you won't be able to ride the motorcycle during the summer. Well, I mean, I know you'll still have to get around somehow. So I'm sure you'll figure that out. Oh, come on, don't go on this side. Oh, come on. Go away. There we go. Something that guy wouldn't. There's a reason people do music. There's all kinds of reasons why. You know, there's no one set reason why people do music. That's why I don't have a problem with AI. Anyone can make music for any goddamn reason they want, you know? Make music for whatever reason you want. I don't care. If you want to make it to give people, like, an emotional, human-spirited, driven experience, that's good. You want to just make something quick for a soundtrack or something, good for you. You just want to do something because you just feel like it, I don't care either. You know, don't feel threatened by something that's an option by people. It's like people still have the option as to whether or not they want to make music as human beings, whether or not they want to make music that other human beings want to listen to that are made by human beings, or if they just want something that catches their ear regardless of who made it, among many other reasons. I know soundtracks are pretty big now with AI, for sure. But people like John Williams still make music. They still make soundtracks, and they're still exceptional. Hey Charles, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Looks like you got both up. Nice. So this summer I probably won't. Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're in quite the position to ride a motorcycle right now. That fracture's gotta heal. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Well, I guess I'm not using the sidewalk then. Yeah, who gives a shit about cyclists? Doesn't matter. But yeah, Charles, feel free to chime in on that question in the pinned comment. Feel free to let us know how you feel. You know, who should be paying us, the companies, the consumers. If you got some other perspective to add to that, feel free to let us know in the comments down below. You heading out, Ulf? All right, take care, bud. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here, buddy. But yeah, as far as how I feel about who should pay us, the company or the customer, I do lean more towards the company, but I still feel like that there should be some participation from the customer too. Like, if you go above and beyond and provide exceptional service to a customer, then I think it's only fair and perfectly reasonable that they give you like some decent compensation for that, you know? And I definitely appreciate having those experiences, because I've had those experiences for quite some time now, you know? As you guys have seen on my streams, I get quite a few moments where a customer will tip extra on top of what they tip because I went above and beyond for them. And, you know, other times they'll tip in cash after service, same thing, right? And when it comes to companies like Spark and Shipt, and really any company that has much higher base pay rates compared to others, I can definitely see that being a step in the right direction for sure. Like, personally, I'm a huge fan of the concept of Prop 22. I don't think Prop 22 is perfect, but otherwise I think that is definitely the step I would love to see these gig companies take, right? It's like, they want us to work, so all right, how about you pay us some more? And pay us within whatever, you know, pay us above whatever that minimum, that state minimum active hourly rate is. That's what Prop 22 essentially does. It also grants extra protections, like if you get injured on the job, for example. Since the company have the app we're using, they should pay unless there is a feature we could bid for the customer. Yeah, I like that, man. I definitely like that for sure. You know, it's like, and here's the thing too, it's like, I think deep down, the no tip, no trip crowd agrees with that too, but they're just so goddamn stuck in an echo chamber. Be like, no tip, no trip, and if you're not doing that, you're doing wrong, and whatever. It's like, you know, I don't know, it's so bad. I have some customers tip me cash money. Some customers tip me cash money. Tip on app. One customer gave me $20, $28 on the app, so I made $28. That's off tips on one customer. See, I like seeing that too, man. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I do like the fact that a lot of customers do still tip, you know, as a bid or whatever. But I also really like the idea that, you know, having higher base pay and then a customer will tip if you provide exceptional service. I know that's technically how a lot of other places in the world do it. It's just in the US, it's really become extremely tip dependent. I'm not necessarily going to be like, oh, tipping culture is whatever. Mainly because the people saying that are also just don't give a shit about the driver in general anyway. So what they say has very little meaning. But there definitely are consumers that definitely want to see greater compensation from the companies and create just a better general experience for everyone. That's what I want, man. I want everyone to have a better experience, not just me, you know? But I digress. Let's see. How's the battery life on here? I did buy another charger, so I've got 2 chargers, one for each phone, you know? Because, you know, I like what I do, and I know a lot of people have to depend on gig work for income. Hey, Benita, how you doing? Good to see you. If you have anything to provide to the conversation, Benita, like whenever I make questions like these and live stream themes like this, it's never just drivers that I want to answer. I want everyone to partake in the conversation if they want to, you know, if they want to. So if you got anything to add to the conversation, feel free to let me know in the comments down below. Check the pinned comment for reference. But in the meantime, I got to run inside real quick. It's only 3 items. I'll be right back. So just hold down the fort for me. Okay. just got done. I'm back. Let me see, what do we got here? I have noticed that the owner of the company where I work at will adjust lower tips from companies which order 1,000 plus daily from lunch to kind of show appreciation, but I think it's wrong. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't like this idea of like these merchants and stuff stealing tips. You know, it's like DoorDash isn't technically doing that anymore. At least, not that we know of, although it's likely they probably still are. They're just hush-hush about it. But it is true that these merchants do steal tips from drivers. That I think is criminal. It's like, that's not the part of the contract that they're supposed to be obliging by. You know, they pay their commission. They're in charge of their bottom line with how much they sell stuff for. What the? Contract violation. Wait, what? Oh, Jesus. I got a contract violation for what? God damn it. Yeah, I gotta look into that. See what the hell happened just now. On my way with your order. I bet it was one of these customers willing to bet. What the hell else could it have been, you know? That is such shit. What did I do? I delivered everything on time. What the hell? Plus, I leave a paper trail and I contact the customer, so what the hell, you know? That's bullshit. Yeah, I gotta see what happened. I gotta look at what it even was, but I just got notified of a contract violation. Unfair for a 1099 contract. Yeah, I agree. Shit. Man, is this the kind of day we're starting off with? What are you doing? Go. Keep going. Come on. Shit. Anyway. Damn. Yeah, I think I can look at the details after I drop this off. So it's 10:18. Gotta drop it off by 10:25. Maybe it'll say it on the email. Oh, no, the email doesn't say it, so I have to check the app. So I'm going to pause DoorDash and take a look at that. I'm going to dispute it, and I'm going to speak to a live agent. Because that's bullshit. If you just file a dispute and don't do anything, they're not going to do anything about it. But if I speak to a live agent, have them actually look into the, the nature of that violation, then they can do something about it. That's what happened last time I got one. And, well, not the very last time, but it was at one time when a Dollar General customer reported their order as not being delivered when I had all the documentation necessary to prove I did. You know? That's ridiculous. It's unbelievable. Oh well. Yeah, at least, me live streaming this stuff is having consumers or outsiders of consumers and drivers see what it's like sometimes. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. It's not that we get contract violations for no reason. It's just a lot of the time they're not justified. I highly doubt this was justified for any goddamn reason. So I don't know what the hell this is all about. But either way, I'm fighting it, man. I'm fighting it. I'm not going to let them pull a fast one on me like this. I mean, you guys saw, right? Every order I've taken, I've delivered it. So, and I've delivered it in the same shape, the same condition that I got it. It's on public record, you know? It's on public record, so I don't know what's going on here. But it's annoying too, because like it takes time out of my day to address something that never should have been a problem. You know what I mean? So someone feels like playing games with me. You know who it could have been? It might have been one of those McDonald's customers. Maybe it was the one at the parish, because that happens a lot. You guys have probably seen before, people in workplaces, it seems like they're just going to report their shit missing or whatever and not give a crap about my job. Like, this is what I do to make a living. You don't have to agree with what I do to make money to make a living, but this is how I make a living. So when I get an unjustified contract violation, you're threatening my job. You know, you're threatening my job, and I don't appreciate that. Not one bit. Because you see how above and beyond I go for these ungrateful piece of shit customers out here sometimes, man. I'm not saying every customer's like that, but come on. You know? This kind of stuff does not help the relationship of the consumer and the customer. We want things to get better. Well, stop making false missing item reports or whatever the hell is supposed to happen. I'll look into that as soon as I get this dropped off. Like, I don't fucking deserve this shit. You know that. And it's not like I'm surrounded by a bunch of yes men either, right? My actions speak for themselves. So for anyone watching that has ever made a false report about their order being missing or whatever, don't ever fucking do that again. Please. Right? That kind of shit affects my livelihood. And don't be the same person that does that and says, oh, well, just get a different job. You know, it's like kicking me down and then spitting in my face. You know? It's like go fuck yourself. But yeah, I'm gonna figure out who did this. I mean, I can't actually take it up with the customer, otherwise that can lead to other things. So, I gotta contact Live Agent after I figure out what the nature of this bullshit. Yeah, let me figure out what happened. Yeah, this was... What the hell is this? Overcharged. What? Alright. Well, I figured out what happened. So, apparently, I overcharged on an order. But, yeah, I gotta look into that. This was from May 16th. Why the hell are they telling me now? Jesus. I'm trying to remember what order that was on May 16th. I gotta look at my pay stubs. It was a Winn-Dixie order on May 16th. I gotta see what happened. Yeah, it was like a week ago. What the hell? I don't know. Yeah, one thing is that they will tell you which merchants you were at and what the orders were in the pay stub. So I gotta go back to May 16th and see what happened. Okay, I did 2 dashes on that day. Yeah, gotta find a shaded spot to do it. Try to find some shade. Oh, come on. Idiots. Idiots everywhere. But yeah, we'll see what went wrong as far as that. Hey Caleb, how you doing? Feel free to chime in on the pinned comment if you want. That's main theme for the live stream today. Because, you know, as you guys have come to know so far, I want to create like a specific theme per live stream. Create some more discussion opportunity, not just for drivers, but consumers in general, or even just anyone that's on the outside looking in. You know, the more people, the more perspectives we have, the more discourse, civil discourse, if you will, we can experience. How's the weather? It's not too bad. It's actually supposed to be 9 degrees cooler than yesterday. So that ought to make quite a difference. But I got to address a contract violation I just got. I guess it was an overcharge, which I didn't even know that could be a thing. I don't even remember what it was overcharged for. So I got to try to do some guesswork and then talk to a live agent. So instead of actually working, I got to waste my fucking time on this shit. But I digress. So let's see. It was on May 16th. That's what they said. Okay, so it wasn't the morning time because I didn't do a Winn-Dixie order then. So it had to be the evening. And I did one order. Okay. Okay, I did one order. Hey, Lady Sky, how you doing? Feel free to chime in on the pinned comment if you want. Okay, so the order that this is based on was an order that was on May 16th, Winn-Dixie. It was overcharged by $21. There was no tip, so that's already fishy right there. Doing good? All right, nice. Glad to hear that. So let's see, May 16th. What day was that? That was Friday. Okay. Friday, and it was 6 days ago. Now, I know I live streamed that day, so let's take a look. Oh yeah, that was the day when I got back to 99% acceptance rate. So that was 6 days ago. How am I? I don't know yet. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know yet. DoorDash started me off by dragging me 6 miles to a McDonald's all the way up there, North Titusville. They gave me another McDonald's order after that, which is fine. But then they dragged me back down here. But it's okay. Yeah, I'm trying to do some detective work. Okay, that was when I was at Publix. This was in the evening, right? Yeah, start time 5:08. It was the third order. It was after a Dollar General order. Oh, wait a minute. I did 2 orders that day. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Okay, apparently I did 2 orders that day from Winn-Dixie. No, this was from May 16th. I got a contract violation for overcharging on a Winn-Dixie order from May 16th. So I need to do some detective work and figure out what happened. I mean, the violation will go away after a while, but I also need to know if I have a way to fight this and figure out what happened. I mean, I'm going to dispute the violation anyway. Let's see. I'm currently investigating the nature of the overcharge itself as well, comma, but from what I remember, comma, I had to make more expensive substitutions in order for the customer to receive the items they requested, comma, and if I am correct, comma, I contacted the customer regarding this issue, period. All right, tentative response date, June 5th. We know that's not going to happen. Okay, so there's that. Gig companies should pay more. It's nice of a customer tip. How can you blame customers when they get charged? Bingo. That's my thoughts exactly, Caleb. That's exactly how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Right, like at the end of the day, you guys see me out here, I earn my tips, right? You know I earn my tips. So I speak as someone that wants to see these gig companies pay more, but at the same time, I also would love to get rewarded for my effort too. You know, I think that's only reasonable. I always tip because I feel bad for gig workers. Well, whoever's doing your orders, Caleb, I hope they appreciate that, because I know there's a lot of ungrateful bastards doing orders too. There's a lot of drivers that they deliver damaged stuff. They don't contact the customer. They steal their food. They taint their food. Whatever. It's bullshit. I hate that too. Maybe that'll be another live stream theme that we talk about too. I don't know. But yeah, I gotta contact a live agent and figure this thing out. Because if I could get it disputed and remove it, it won't stay on my record. I mean, it goes away after a while too, you know? It does go away after a while, but it can take a long time. It can definitely take a long time to go away. Because here's the thing, right? People think that, oh, well, after 100 orders, a contract violation goes away. No, it does not. If you read the ICA policy, it has exclusions. It's stated on the company website. The exclusions are batched orders and shop and pay orders. So if you do orders like that, they don't count towards removing the contract violation. You have to get single food delivery orders in order for them to count. But yeah, now what I'm going to do is go back on the live stream from that night, or from that day, whatever. See if I can figure this one out. I need to see what happened. I mean, if I can't figure it out, I guess it is what it is, but, you know, I just can't help but to need to know sometimes, you know? Okay, I think I think that was the wrong day, actually. Hold on. Yeah, let me try that again. So, actually, I think it's on... Yeah, that's right. It's the wrong live stream. Okay. Now I got the right live stream. I'm just trying to scroll through the playback and see what went wrong. So, just bear with me. Just bear with me with this. We'll get back on the road sooner than later. I'm trying to remember if I brought you guys inside with me too. Okay, that was Wawa. It was the evening, I know that. Okay, so it was the third and fifth order I did that day, respectively. If you're an owner in a semi, you get pick and choose your jobs. I'd like to see that for gig workers. I'd like to see a customer and gig work decide for themselves on orders like a customer driver ratings. Both choose bid on jobs with each other. I like those ideas too, man. You know, regardless of what these different ideas and directions are, I just think something needs to change, you know? Something needs to change. Something does. Because all I see is just back and forth between the driver and the consumer, while DoorDash and these other companies, they sit back and pocket everything, you know? That's all they do. They just sit back and pocket everything. It does nothing to actually improve the relationship between, you know, between drivers and customers. Okay, I kept... Ah, crap. I think I kept you guys inside. Okay. Yeah, I kept you guys inside for that first order. So, I have to rule that one out, I think. There was one after Arby's, though. They won't change unless stop working for them. Yeah, so here's the problem, Caleb. That's not going to work either, man. Every time that drivers strike, all these gig apps do is they advertise for more drivers. So, because keep in mind, there's no overhead cost for drivers under these policies that these companies have. So if we strike and we don't work, they're going to get other people to do it, and there's always going to be people that want to do it, need to do it. I think what really needs to be done is to take the Prop 22 route, where they actually got the federal government involved, and then they turned it into state law for Prop 22. It's expensive, though. That's a very expensive process. So DoorDash is still going to find a way to undercut it. But nonetheless, I think that is the direction we probably should take. All right, there was an order I did after Arby's, or before Arby's. I think this was it. nobody else wants to work, they would change. Yeah, that could theoretically happen, but I know it won't happen. And to whom it may concern, this is why hypotheticals alone are not a good enough way to look at the world. We can hypothetically believe the idea that, oh, if gig workers stop doing gig work, they'll change. The problem is that in the real world, that's not how it is. There's always going to be people that need something to provide extra income. And guess what? That's where DoorDash comes in. And they know how to advertise. They say all the right buzzwords. They're like, oh, $17 to $22 an hour. Be your own boss. Write your own schedule. They know how to fluff themselves up. So then new drivers that have no idea what they're getting themselves into, they think it's the most promising thing in the world. And then they come to find out, oh, well, this is actually a lot more disappointing than I thought. Gig workers could hire someone to negotiate their contract. I think that's what they did with Prop 22 to get it to that level. So that's why I think the Prop 22 route is the way to go, despite the fact that it is expensive. I don't want to concede, but I think I can't figure out what happened. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I did take you guys inside the store. No, so you're not technically an employee under Prop 22. What it is, so the main thing about Prop 22 is that it has an active hourly rate above minimum wage. So it's not an entire hour like downtime or anything, but it's an active hourly wage that's above minimum wage in the state of California specifically. And it does grant additional protections for drivers, like if they get injured while they're actively performing a delivery, for example. I think there's also one for downtime, although that one might have some exceptions. I don't know if you can be less or more picky with orders, but it seems like a lot of Prop 22 drivers, from what I've seen, are less picky in general, because even if the order isn't great, it's still above the active hourly minimum wage. And that's a very important distinction, active hour versus hourly. Because if you clock in for a W-2 job, even if there's nothing to do, they just have you twaddling your thumbs, you still get paid as a W-2 worker. If you have a lot of downtime with gig work, you don't get paid for downtime, you get paid for active time. So the time that you actively perform a delivery after you set the order, which is going to the merchant, waiting at the merchant, going to the customer, and then dropping it off. That's the active hour time. So the active hour time is above minimum wage in California under Prop 22, which I think is great. That's great for sure. That's basically a significantly higher rate compared to what earn by time is in states that don't have Prop 22. Yeah, I think in California the rate's higher. I gotta look at that. Prop 22, California. Okay, so here's what it is. So, California's Prop 22 guarantees a minimum wage floor for app-based transportation delivery drivers, requiring them to earn at least 120% of the state's minimum wage, plus 30 cents per mile during their engaged time. This means that if a driver's earnings, excluding tips, fall below this minimum, the company must take up a difference. So, that's Prop 22 in a nutshell in California. California minimum wage. And minimum wage in California is $16 an hour, $16.50 an hour. So you figure, they say 120%. Now, that's active time, by the way. Again, that's a very important distinction, active time. You don't get paid for downtime with gig work. So, my dispute was rejected. Okay. Well, that sucks. I'd have to, yeah, I gotta look into that more. So you figure $16.50, 20% of that is $3.30. So basically, if you add $3.30 per active hour, that's $19.80 per hour. So $19.80 per active hour is Prop 22 in California for gig workers, plus 30 cents a mile. Gig workers should call their state rep and senator to get Prop 22 to pass in their states. Yeah, I 100% agree. I know I'm gonna definitely do digging for that. If I find the exact place that we can do it, then I'll share it on my channel. But yeah, I'm trying to remember. I took you guys in the store with me. I know that. I took you guys in the store. Let me put you on double speed. I'm doing detective work. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. One of the orders, the first one, I couldn't take you guys in the store with me. So I have to keep that as a possibility of me not figuring out what happened. But I'm going to rule out the second order and see what happened. I just need to figure out what happened because they said I overcharged on an order. So I'm trying to figure out which order, and I'm trying to figure out why an overcharge happened. Cost of living. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the Prop 22 would have to be it would have to have different conditions and rates depending on the state. But nevertheless, the sentiment of Prop 22 is awesome, right? The fact that you get additional compensation above the minimum wage based on active hour and having that miles compensation. That to me makes a lot of sense. And honestly, gig workers that disagree against that, I don't really understand why. Because we constantly complain about never getting paid enough, you know? Like, gig workers always complain about never getting paid enough, and yet they're going to say Prop 22 is a bad thing. It's like, what do you want, you know? What do you want? So the point of this stream in particular is for us to chime into that conversation, figure out what do we want when it comes to who pays us, you know? And, like, should it be both? Should it be one? Should it be the other? Et cetera, et cetera. You get the idea. It might have been this order. So I do remember with this order, I had to pay, I think it was $6 extra for the roaster pans, because the ones that they wanted were out of stock. Might have been this order. Okay, well, yeah, I'm just gonna have to concede because they already turned down my dispute, so I'm just gonna have to concede and just move forward. That's all right. I'll deal with that. All right, let's get back to DoorDash. My friend is an owner at a restaurant. He said he doesn't use DoorDash because they charge him a fee. Yeah, so every merchant pays commission to DoorDash. Most merchants pay 30 cents commission, 30% commission. So basically, whatever that they charge the consumer and make, they have to give 30% of that to DoorDash. If the customer either places the order through DoorDash or if the order was dispatched to DoorDash, because DoorDash is a dispatch company. So that's how that whole thing works. Oh shit, something else happened. Yeah, you gotta mute you guys for a minute. Hold on. Okay. Alright, what's this one?
I got hit on the bike last night over there.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, you didn't see it? There were like 3 cars, ambulance. Somebody got hit on the bike.
Do you know why they got hit? Like,
I don't know.
oh. I hope they're okay.
Family, I think it was a family though, in a white car.
Yeah.
There's somebody on a bike.
Do you know if it was like at nighttime?
Yeah, it was just made like something.
Yeah, you know what it is, man. I see a lot of cyclists out here. They don't have lights on their bikes. Yeah. Like state law, you need lights on your bikes. Yeah, if you're gonna ride at night, make sure you get lights. You never know, man. Because we know the drivers around here. They don't care about people like us. They don't. Yeah, I agree.
They slow down the traffic for them, and I'm like, one of these days.
Yeah. Ride safe out there. Damn. Oh, another cyclist bit the dust, I guess. That sucks, man. We get so much of that here. And, like, it's not even, like, it's completely the driver's fault or anything. But let's be honest, you guys have seen a lot of my experiences. Most of these drivers, they don't yield. They don't pay attention. But there's also a lot of these cyclists that ride against the wrong side of the road. They don't have lights on. They don't yield. It's like, it's completely avoidable. It's sad, but goddamn, it's completely avoidable. Or at least a lot more avoidable than one would think. You know, sometimes you just got to take a step back and be like, all right, well, if I'm going to ride at night, I should probably have lights on, not just because it's state law, but so people can see me. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Plain simple. But I also don't want to get hit. So, you know, it's a combination of being a law-abiding citizen and honoring my self-preservation. But yeah, it is pretty expensive having DoorDash partner with your particular business. So 30 cents commission. They charge more to underperforming restaurants too. So a lot of the time when these restaurants underperform and they're being charged more commission by DoorDash, they just break off their partnership with them. Like for example, Panda Express on the whole partners with DoorDash, but it is still a branch type business where someone can open up a Panda Express by name, but basically still have like that, you know, that branch, those branch rights and obligations. So they can choose as a single store whether or not they want to continue partnering with DoorDash. And if they just wind up underperforming and don't want to pay the upcharges on commission, then they break their partnership with DoorDash. And then small businesses, same thing. And they probably have a harder time with their contracts with DoorDash, I would imagine. Because they're probably just making less overall money. And you figure a pretty good rule of thumb is that when you spend $1 on something, your break-even point is usually not 70% of it. That's usually your break-even point for most stuff. So when DoorDash takes the 30% commission per order, then all you're doing is breaking even. So you have to drive overall profitability based on total numbers, or you can do what some merchants do, which is take tips. So whatever tip that the driver is supposed to get, they'll often take the tip, or they'll take some of it. So it looks just discreet enough to avoid the whole claim of foul play. And you also notice too, a lot of these places, they don't post how much the customer's tip was supposed to go to the driver on the receipt. Some places do. Some places do, but a lot of them don't. So it's kind of hard to have a concrete paper trail as to not only whether or not the merchant steals the tip, but also by how much. It's very shady. And it's, of course, very unfortunate, as one would assume. But yeah, basically, we got the slap on the wrist treatment. So they rejected my dispute for the overcharge. And I know why the overcharge happened. At least I know part of the reason why it happened, but I still don't think it was fair. But it is what it is. So we're just going to have to take it on the chin and keep going. Gig companies are getting too greedy. Yeah. Yeah, that's a given. You know, they basically see how these giant monopoly companies do it, and they're like, hey, we can do that too, and we can spend even less than you do. And it works. It works. Then giant monopoly companies, and they find themselves being just as profitable, maybe even more so, because they continue to find any way, shape, or form to reduce acquisition costs for drivers, and continue to upcharge for customers, for basically forcing them to get Dash Pass, even if they only wanted to get like one thing. You know, even if they just wanted to get a one thing. It's like, oh, hey, you know, no delivery fees, whatever. Hey, Eric, how you doing, bud? Good to see you. I got a contract violation, Eric. Apparently I overcharged on an order from 6 days ago. So we just got to take that one on the chin and keep moving. How's your day going, Eric? You getting out there working? I'm afraid if it goes up by too much to buy from gig companies, that gig workers will make less. Customers will stop using gig companies. It is possible, but here's the thing too. Supposedly DoorDash has reported no negative changes of general traffic on their platform in spite of the tariffs and in spite of the rising prices of a ton of a ton of items in stores. And here's the thing too, right? We all know this. People are willing to pay for the convenience of having something delivered. Do we buy Amazon Prime to get free shipping? Or some other kind of subscription program that allows you to get free shipping on stuff or allows stuff to get delivered to you without you actually having to get it yourself. People are always going to be willing to pay for it. They're willing to pay the price for it. And we actually have a lot of survey data that proves otherwise too. A lot of people are willing to pay for the convenience despite the fact it is expensive. And it might even be cheaper to just, I don't know, get a bicycle and ride to the store. Or, I don't know, maybe a golf cart. So DoorDash capitalizes on that. And how do they capitalize on it? They find any and every niche possible that they can work with. You know? You get yourself your stuff, that's just me. Yeah, a lot of people do too, but but way more people don't. Way more people don't. That's why there are significantly more users than there are drivers. It's very lopsided, the difference. We're talking tens and tens of millions of consumers in the United States. In fact, actually, I'm curious. Let me see how many. Total DoorDash customers. Let me see. Yeah, there's 42 million monthly active users on DoorDash. That's a single platform. That's like 12-13% of the population in the United States. That's a lot of people. A lot of people. That's just DoorDash. That doesn't include other gig companies that give consumers the opportunity to get stuff delivered to them too. Right? Let me type in Instacart. Total amount of Instacart customers. There's over 10 million with Instacart. 10 million monthly. That's an important distinction. 10 million monthly. That's not the same 42 million people. That could be way more. Way more. Total amount of Amazon customers. Let's look at this one. $310 million. And 80% of them are in the US. A lot of them pay a subscription to get their stuff delivered, right? Even though it might just be cheaper to get stuff on your own. Think about that. That's 250 million people in the United States that use Amazon Prime. 42 million active monthly users on DoorDash. 10 plus million on Instacart. I can keep going. Keep going. I'm telling you, man, if we take a step back and think about, oh, well, I'll just go to the place myself. You will. 10 other people will not. You'll be the 1 in 10 people that don't. That is extremely lopsided. Hey, Candy, good to see you. Just why I'm paying so much for every time I order, fees would be 20 or more. Yeah. See, I completely sympathize with the consumer. I really do, Candy. I really do. That's why I think overall, even though it wasn't perfect, I think the direction of Prop 22, I think that is the way to go for these gig apps, right? They're going to pay us more for stuff they want us to do, and then if we get rewarded by the consumer afterwards, that's like icing on the cake. Now, don't get me wrong. If a customer expects me to go above and beyond and they don't reward me for it, I think that's kind of bullshit. But it is in times like that where the Prop 22 would make up for it, you know? With Amazon Prime, you get the Grubhub. Yeah, that's true. You get the Grubhub membership for free. Dash Pass, I canceled. You don't feel Uber One is worth it. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. Once in a while, they send me promos that would be the same cost if I had just went there and then do the order. But since the fees keep getting much, much worse, I'm done with it. Yeah. I totally understand the consumers that are just fed up with the fees and they actually do something about it. It's just that there's so goddamn many of them that are just willing to put up with it and be like, all right, well, I'll pay the extra for the convenience if it means I don't have to do it myself. You know, think about how much that applies to so many people in our daily lives. It's easier to just have someone else do it, even if it does cost more money. Because, you know, as a country, as a nation, convenience is the name of the game. That's what people want, man. They want convenience. And as long as people want convenience, there's always going to be clientele for that niche of convenience. And, you know, it's like people are always going to be willing to pay for convenience, even if they're not actually getting a good deal out of it. And when that convenience is always a thing, knowing that it's going to keep being more and more of a thing, because the amount of people that pay for convenience keeps exponentially going up as well. Even if we actually go to the store ourselves and do it, because we know that it's cheaper. But hey, at the same time, the convenience offers opportunities to work. So there's that as well. But Prop 22 is basically, hey, let's continue to have that opportunity for work, but let's make sure that there's some kind of fairness to the driver, you know? Which is what I would love to see. And when I say fairness, I'm speaking relative terms, you know? Fair based, relatively speaking. I know that can be subjective and vary. Hey, Isadora, good to see you. The service fees keep adjusting on the checkout page. It was the same promotion code, same amount. Oh, yeah. So when I saw that instant turn off, I was trying to get ripped off. Yeah, you know, as a gig worker, as someone that relies on gig work for income, I'll be the first to tell you that you're not really getting a good value out of having someone deliver something to you for you when you place an order through one of these dispatch companies. That's all DoorDash does. They just provide a platform for gig workers to take orders and for customers to place orders and for merchants to have orders dispatched to them. That's all they do. It's dispatch. That's all they do. It's a brilliant model because they get to pocket everything and essentially do nothing. Right? I'm sure you guys realize that. DoorDash doesn't do anything. They just pocket everything. It's like, well, we provide the platform, we provide the opportunity. That's just sitting back and doing nothing. Like, look at it this way. All right? I own a golf course, and I charge people the opportunity to play on the golf course. All I'm doing is I'm doing nothing. I'm just sitting back and letting people play on the golf course, and I pocket the rest. That's all it is. Of course, either way, I was going to be paying more convenience, but I just thought it was strange. Yeah, that is strange. Very fishy. Very, very fishy. And the reason why they're able to get away with that too is that there's no standard. There's no standard. They can do whatever the hell they want. You know, I know Real Talk with Roy, he was touching on that point a little while ago. The fact that there's no actual standard, so they can do whatever they want. Now, obviously, just because you can doesn't necessarily make it right or wrong. In fact, I'd even say it's ethically questionable, at the very least. But it is true, nonetheless, that there really is no standard. They can just be as arbitrary as they want. Whatever helps them get to their bottom line. If gig companies had to buy all the cars... Oh, yeah. That's why they don't do that, Caleb. That's why they don't do that. So, when you have this whole group of people that say they want to make us employees, that's never going to happen. They have to acquire... They have to do the opposite of what they're doing. What they're doing, they're finding any and every way possible to lower acquisition costs for drivers. Why are they going to suddenly start increasing acquisition costs? Come on, like, people actually believe that. It's like, and I'm not saying consumers are. There's actual gig work gurus on this platform that utilize these scare tactics and make shit up like that. They're not going to go out of their way and spend more when their game plan is to spend less. They're going to keep trying to spend less. That's why you don't get paid $2 per order per batch anymore, right? The batch is just basically the same rate as a single order now, only like maybe 25, 50 cents more. Because that's yet another way that they went out of their way to lower acquisition costs. Employees are expensive, for one, and you are liable for them. Liability is extremely expensive and is very volatile. It's very volatile to spend on employees. So as a result, they're like, hey, if we can just get people to do our work for us and we just get to pocket everything, what's the incentive to spend and make people employees? Why do you think Instacart got rid of the in-store shoppers? They were W-2 employees, by the way. They laid off almost 2,000 of them. They laid off almost 2,000. Now they have maybe a few hundred, if they even have them anymore. Because that shit was expensive, homie. It's expensive to not only have the overhead costs of employees, but to claim liability for them. It's more expensive to claim liability, especially if it explodes into like an astronomical lawsuit. Flag Promotions gotten a promotion to use valid date range. When I apply it, mysteriously disappear. Oh yeah, that happens all the time too. Isadora says, you need people to fix the grass, all the jobs around it, but when you make enough, you can just pay someone else to control it. Yeah, it's paying for convenience. But yeah, there's absolutely no incentive for any of these companies to make us employees, and that's why they haven't. And if they make us employees, we're probably screwed, to be honest. And it's not because they're going to force us to take orders. They're not going to be able to afford to keep us. It's like, again, the way they do it, it's brilliant. And I don't mean that as praise, as in I want it to be like that. It is brilliant, though. You have to give credit. But ethically, that's a different story. That's a different story, ethically. Very different story. It's cheaper to get a pizza delivered from Pizza Hut than DoorDash. It is, yeah, absolutely, it is. It definitely is cheaper. Isadora says, have a nice day. Take care, Isadora. Good to see you. That being said, though, employees are expensive, you know? So some places are willing to spend the price for the employees because they probably have a really good reputation anyway. Now, Pizza Hut's been in the red for a while. That's an important distinction, Caleb, is that Pizza Hut has been financially in the red for years now. And it got to the point, I think it was over a decade ago, when Domino's surpassed them. And Domino's has a way better reputation than Pizza Hut. It's not even close. They're making significantly more money. And even though they spend a lot, trust me, they do spend a lot, but their reputation is significantly better and they're making more money. So they're reaching their bottom line in a way Pizza Hut just can't. So Pizza Hut decided, let's partner with DoorDash. That'll help keep costs down. And it does, right? That 30% commission that Pizza Hut pays to have orders dispatched to them is actually a lot cheaper than if they had employees. And it's more importantly, it's a lot less liability. Pizza Hut is not liable for DoorDash drivers, right? They're not liable for DoorDash drivers. So they can afford to have less employees because, one, they can afford to have more. And two, hey, if I don't have to be liable and this person actually delivers the order, then there you go. There you go. At the end of the day, multi-app, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Definitely true. I'll make that another discussion point too, to kind of really hammer home the importance. If you're going to do gig work, you need to partner with as many apps as you can. So I know DoorDash is my primary app, and you guys know why it is, right? It's the only app that consistently provides me offers. But I do still have other apps I can use. And I'm going to not do DoorDash if it means I get a better opportunity with a different app. Which does happen. Not as often as I wanted it to, but it does happen. Oh, hey, Queen. Your phone died during a stream? Yeah, I would donate one of my phone chargers to you, but I only just bought a second phone charger yesterday just to help keep everything charged so I don't run out of battery. But anyway, how's your morning going, Queen? You at that 150 yet? We're just having some nice, productive, and poignant conversation. So feel free to chime in if you want. I mean, I know you left a comment on the community post presenting your overall thoughts on that, but feel free to repeat yourself if you want, or if you have anything to add to that in the comments down below. That'd be heckin' dope. Ultimately, I would definitely love to see these gig apps pay us more, take some pressure off the consumer, and leave it up to the consumer to tip for exceptional service. And you guys know that I go out of my way with every goddamn order I take. So, you know. You got a catering order today, and it paid $42. Hey, not too shabby. You're at least around 90. Hey, nice work. It's really slow. It's brutal today, man. I'm at $18, and I've been out here for 2.5 hours. Practically slave wage. Caleb's got to get going. All right, take care, buddy. Appreciate you being here with me. And your participation in this conversation was heckin' dope. So, thanks for being a good sport about that. Appreciate you being here. You are heckin' dope. Oh yeah, keep in mind, this whole time I've had all these apps on. So, the fact that I'm not even getting any orders from DoorDash, let alone the other apps combined, it's Brutal Thursday. I was actually considering working 2 shifts tonight. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore, man. I don't even know if I want to come back out. Because the evenings have been equally atrocious lately. Like, the order volume's higher, but the orders are just so bad. They're just so bad. So I can tell this week's going to be a step back. And imagine that. You got Plat, you got Pro Shopper, you've got an almost 100% acceptance rate, and really good customer rating, and you still get jack shit. You did 3 Spark orders. Man, I wish I had Spark still, dude. Anyone that's got Spark, don't take it for granted. Please do the best you can with Spark. Please do. Right, just say fuck DoorDash and do Spark if you have it. I'd love to do the same if I could, man. I would basically say, hey, DoorDash, kiss my ass. I'm just going to do Spark all day long. But I can't. But I digress. Plus, you know, I can't tell people what they should and shouldn't do either. Or I'm not going to tell people what they should and shouldn't do. But I will say, if you're not maximizing out Spark, if you have Spark, what are you doing? Come on, that's the best paying app out of these apps. And if you got Flex, right, you got Amazon Flex, take some routes, man. Take some routes with Flex. Get some curbsides and shopping orders with Spark. You don't need any of these other apps to do that. Like, yeah, DoorDash is everywhere, but that also means all the crap that's with DoorDash is everywhere, too. So, I digress. Yeah, if the camera keeps tilting, it's because the plastic screw at the end of the plastic part, the plastic knob at the end of the screw is broken, so I can't tighten it all the way. It's not completely broken, but it barely functions. So I'll have to Jerry rig it or Jimmy rig it. I'll either talk to Jerry or Jimmy, whoever's available. Yeah, I'm just gradually heading back to my zone. I've been out here a while, man. It is dead. It is dead. Nothing's going on out here. It's brutal. Man, even yesterday was better. Yesterday sucked. Well, the live stream was good, and hanging out with you guys is great. I just mean the work component sucked. This is even worse. We're not even halfway to yesterday's earnings. Ow! See, I even hit the refresh button. Nothing. Something, capital 1, I don't care. Yeah, no shipped orders available either. Otherwise, I would do shipped. That's my favorite app, man. I mean, other than Spark, which, you know, Spark I can't do, but shipped I can. But there's just never enough shipped orders going around anymore. I just hope that shipped doesn't continue lowering their rates. You know, they already did that back in, I think it was late 2021 or early 2022. When instead of having the pay range for the base rate, or pay range based on the base pay, instead of that, they just put it as a flat rate. It's still a higher flat rate compared to most apps. So that's why I'm, you know, forgiving of it. I just hope they don't continue down that route. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get another order out here, you know. Hey, Paul. Good to see you, Paul. It's been a brutally slow day, and I got a contract violation from, I guess, overcharging a Winn-Dixie order from 6 days ago. And I did some detective work and figured out which order it was. So I just ultimately had to concede because they rejected the appeal. I mean, I had a good reason for why the overcharge happened. But, you know, they denied my appeal, so there's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, how's your day going, Paul? You got the W-2? You taking the day off? Feel free to let me know in the comments. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. It's been like a straight fucking hour without anything. We finally got another order. $5.75, 3 miles, four items, $1 General. Let's do it. Ugh. Man, this is probably the worst day of the week so far. I mean, can you believe that? It's Thursday, man. Thursday is like my home run day. And yet it's proven to be the worst. Ugh. But I digress. You just finished work? How was the W2 today? Did you have a good day at work? And check the pinned comment. If you have anything that you want to add to the pinned comment, if you want to share your thoughts, feel free to let us know in the comments down below. Essentially, it's us figuring out who should be paying us with gig work. Should it be the companies paying us more? Should it be the consumer? Should it be both? Something else? Feel free to add to that if you want. Hey Frosty, good to see you. Are you at the W2 today, Frosty? Are you taking the day off? Yeah, no bueno. You know, it's a shame, dude, because certain times of the year I can make more than a FedEx driver. And then other times I'm like making slave wage. There's no in between, I swear. There's like no in between. It's one or the other. But hey, I like what I do, man. I like what I do. And depending on how things go moving forward, I might not have to rely on that back and forth as much as I used to. I mean, you figure once we get to those steps of monetization, that's already a huge step forward in my life. Which we're almost there. We're at 2,669 watch hours on a goal of 3K by the end of the month. And we're already there with 10 days to go. So I really appreciate you guys helping me get to that point. And we're at 753 subs on a goal of 800 by the end of the month. And the main reason for the goal of 800 subs is, one, to help maintain that 100 plus sub a month momentum. And two, if I pull off 800 plus this month with that, it'll actually be well over 100 subs. So then, from that point on, it's 100 throughout June. Oh, damn. Yeah, something happened, I guess. But yeah, like, it will be over 100 subs this month if we manage to get to that 800 threshold with subscribers. But also, if that 100 sub momentum keeps going, I can experience full monetization before August, or by early August. So that summertime goal, you know what I mean? I mean, the watch hours, no problem at all. You know, the watch hours aren't even a thing. They're not even a problem. Well, not gonna say problem. You know what I mean? The watch hours are doing phenomenal. Let's see. Tomorrow's my day off. You go in at 3 to 8:45. Okay, so I know why they got you at 5:45, so they don't have to give you a lunch. That's why they did that, huh? They don't have to give you a lunch. Cheeky bastards. They did that same thing at Target. If they would have me come in for like 8 to 1:30 or something like that, it's like they'll give me that extra 15 minutes if I'm running behind on something, but otherwise they're like, get out of here. 1:30 comes around, just get out of here. Don't take a lunch, take a 15. Bingo. Let's see, Pink Lady. Oh, hey, Pink Lady, I didn't see you there. Good to see you. Candy says if I'm running around trying to get out of here, I'll leave you up running so you get the hours. Oh, cool, Candy. I appreciate that. Never. So here's the thing, right? I don't want there to ever be some kind of like unwritten, arbitrary obligation to support my channel, right? I would assume that like 99+% of you that are here with me are because you want to be here with me. And I want you guys to be here with me because I like you guys. You guys are awesome. It just so happens to where it's also just supporting the success of the channel. You know what I mean? Like, you're getting the best of both worlds. You're making really cool connections and friends, and it just happens to be helping the overall success of the channel. So, you know, I don't ever want people to think like, oh, well, I must run the list if you can't. I must be here every time if you can't. Or I must share the live stream because I have to, or anything like that. You know, I want you guys to be invested in the channel and what I'm doing, but never to feel like that you're being forced to be here, or that you must, or anything like that. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Pink Lady says, is this your sales pitch? What do you mean? I'm just speaking in general, Pink Lady. Just speaking in general. Yeah, I got sent the first Grubhub and it's pretty bad, so I didn't take it. Plus, it was backtracking me from where I'm going. Yeah, this Dollar General one was a little better. Not by much, but it's only 4 items, so we can do just fine. Hey, Dean, good to see you, man. It's been a brutal Thursday morning, man. We're only at $18, about 2.5 hours of streaming, but we did get another order that we're going to be working on right now. And I mean, along the way, we were also just talking a lot about how gig companies function and how their business model is ethically questionable, but is also brilliant, because they can basically just sit back, do nothing, pocket the change from everyone, while customers and drivers are always like clashing with each other. They're always taking shots and wielding swords and knives against each other, and ultimately trying to figure out, like, you know, can anything be done about that? Is there any way to move forward with that? What kind of proposals can be made? Whose job is it to pay us as gig workers, etc., etc.? It's in the pinned comment, so feel free to touch on that if you want by letting us know in the comment section down below. Hey, Corey. Hey, Melissa. Good to see you guys. But yeah, check the pinned comment, guys. Feel free to give us your 2 cents on that in the comments down below. Slow morning, but I'm picking up another Dollar General order. Once again, it's not a Pro Shopper order because they don't feel like sending me any of that today, I guess. Even though I'm a Pro Shopper, even though I'm Platinum, they feel like sending me the leftover scraps. But hey, we got a job to do, right? We got a job to do. We gotta stay out here and work. And we're still pursuing that perfect acceptance rate. But I'm going to keep it real with you guys. Once they get to that 100%, I'm not maintaining it. I'm going to keep it real. I'm not going to maintain it. I want to hit it and be the first bike dash in recorded history to ever do it. But to actually maintain it, it's been brutal. It's been brutal. Like, the past 2 weeks were great. This week's been awful. This week has been terrible. They're just sending me junk. I barely get anything good lately. You don't mind supporting someone that actually takes their job seriously. Hey, I love that, Candy. I really appreciate you being here with me. And I think you guys are heckin' dope. And, you know, I always want you guys to want to be here. You know, to want to be here, to want to support each other, to want to make friends and stuff, you know? Like, if someone tells you, oh, go support them, and you don't want to, it's like, don't ever feel like you're obligated to be here. I want you guys to be here because, you know, we're friends, you know? We're friends, we've got an awesome community. I love that, man. that's the kind of thing that continues to motivate me to want to make this just an even better place for everyone that wants to be here. You know, it's like I want us to laugh. I want us to share our stories. I want us to grow, to learn, to share insight and perspective with each other. You know, whatever it is, whatever brings us closer, whatever really establishes that foothold of a sense of community that we can be. You know, that's the kind of stuff I want here. And I know that you guys are looking for that too. I know you guys are looking for that too. So, great minds think alike, right? You're done giving the benefit of the doubt to people who don't appreciate people and the supporters in general. Yeah, I hear you there, Candy. I really do. I really do. I mean, hell, like, I want to even make it a point to buy memberships for people, you know? Be like, hey, you know, even if you don't want to buy it, I'll freaking buy it for you. Just use my emojis, you know what I mean? Make some badass emojis. And I got all kinds of ideas for that. I think you can offer 20, if I'm not mistaken. You can offer 20 if you offer channel memberships. So I'll definitely think about 20 of the coolest things that I can turn into them. Okay. This order is only, 4 items. So I will keep you guys out here. Just hold down the fort for me. A thing of, ice pops, Benadryl, some other stuff. All right, this stuff's easy to find. Oh yeah, I'll definitely have a Lucy emoji. I'll definitely do one. I'll definitely do one for that. But I think you guys get what I mean. You know, about the community and wanting to be here, not just like, you know, you got a gun up to your head like, if you don't support me, fake ass bitches, or you know what I mean? All these fake ass bitches, get over here and support me, damn it. Dollar Hood. Dollar Hood. Yeah, I can see that too. Oh yeah, sing me the song, you people. Yes. Yeah, all kinds of like running. Mr. Whirlwind! Have another emoji like that too. Yeah, whatever, man, whatever ideas you got, just leave them down. I'll put them on my my sticky notepad and stuff. I'll put them out. Hey, Purple Paul, good to see you. I saw your buddy Teal Paul. I saw him earlier too. Just like I saw Orange Share Bear and Purple Share Bear. That was almost the voice for the non-subs. Mr. Whirlwind! Phone died, didn't realize how close to that it was. Nah, it's all good. Alright, I'll be right back out, guys. Just hold down the fort for me. Appreciate you guys being here. Don't forget to lick the video. Alrighty, I'm back. Hey, there's Teal Paul. I was just talking about you. You had a free gym membership today. Lots of heavy lifting. Hey, way to go. Nice. Gotta get strong. Paul be getting strong. Very, very strong. Okay. Yeah, it's only one bag, so I just put it on the front basket. Pop off Paul. That could be a nickname. Pop off Paul. On my way with your order. There we go. I know where this is at. It's 11:44. Gotta drop this off by 11:51 to be on time, which we might be able to pull off. Let's see what happens. Yeah, after May 31st, I might switch back over to Earn by Time. I'm glad I got that back. I was hoping it would. Still, man, we need to have more offer types with Earn by Time. You know, it's like we can only get food deliveries with it. I mean, that'll be pretty good during the summertime, the college kids back, out of, well, not in college, I guess, I don't know. Still. That could probably be another live stream idea, is how can we improve DoorDash? And not even just DoorDash, but maybe Uber Eats, flat rate as well. Just any of these time earning modes, these apps, whatever conversation we can have about oh well, maybe we can have these kind of features or what have you to improve that earning mode to make it even better. Maybe we can have a live stream theme for that too. So I want to keep that kind of interesting conversation going, And keep in mind, it's not like the whole stream has to be about that. I mean, I know people always have something else they want to talk about too. That's cool. You can write an essay on who pays you as gig worker. Right? Well, have at it, Paul. Feel free if you want, man. I mean, I'm definitely of the opinion that these gig apps, since they expect us to do the deliveries, that they should be the ones paying us more. And then, if the customer decides to want to leave a tip, especially for exceptional service, then to still give them that option. Now, I know that does mean that, not every customer will tip, but guess what? With the way things are now, a lot of customers don't tip at all either. So. Either way, that's always going to be a thing. But you figure if these gig apps will pay us more, that helps make up for it. That's basically the point of Prop 22. The point of Prop 22 is to help make up the difference for the non-tippers while providing more protections. Like medical intervention if you get in an accident while performing a delivery. If I'm not mistaken, there's also one where if you're just online in general. Could be wrong. I think it's cool to talk about some of these topics from either side. Yeah, exactly, right? I said earlier too that I don't want it to just be drivers talking about this stuff. Because I'm not a groupthink person, and I don't want my platform, I don't want our community to turn into a big echo chamber where it's we're just going around chanting assertions, and then, if people don't abide by that, then, oh, what do they know? Good riddance, you stallions, you imbeciles, you Neanderthals, or whatever, I don't like that either. It's I want to hear consumers' perspective on this too. And even the people that aren't consumers either, outsiders looking in. See what they got to say. Because when it comes to the non-drivers, the people that aren't necessarily drivers themselves in this conversation, they either don't know, or maybe they don't care, or maybe they also share similar sentiments that drivers do. I want to hear it from all kinds of angles. But, only if people want to talk, right? Never feel like you have to be in the conversation. You just want to be here just to be here. Whatever. That's great too, right? I appreciate each and every one of you that's here. But, mainly for anyone that does want to partake. Everyone has different thoughts and opinions. Yeah. It's I definitely have voiced my general disdain for the echo chamber mentality. The no tip, no trip community, for example. All they do is they pile up together and they're no tip, no trip, entitled customer, and no tip, no trip. Every other sentence is no tip, no trip. Never take that. Oh, what are you doing? You're doing your job wrong. Oh, no tip, no trip. How was your day? No tip, no trip. How are you? No trip, no trip as well. Plus, I have no shame in taking jabs at them anyway, so I digress. I can only comment from the customers. That's fine too, man. You know, because here's the thing, right? A lot of drivers are also consumers of these platforms. Like, there are drivers, I know it sounds weird, but it might seem strange at first, but there are a lot of drivers who are also DoorDash customers or Uber Eats customers or whatever, right? Insert platform here. A lot of them also have a membership with them. So, you know, with a lot of them also placing DoorDash orders of their own, I know that they can at least have some kind of unique perspective in that sense. Dean says, we get tips. I know it's been kind of a mixed bag for sure lately. I mean, so far all these orders have tipped this morning, but that's not saying much. Mainly because, not necessarily because of the tip, but because the base pay is atrocious. I still think it's criminal that we don't get the delivery fee. Because that's another proposal I've heard too. I've heard the proposal that if you just give the delivery fee to the driver, that could help make a difference financially for them. It's like, why the hell is DoorDash taking it? They're not delivering, we are. So why the hell aren't we getting it? Well, actually, it's lumped in with the base pay, and you guys get a cut, and then we pocket. No, that's not how that is. That $2 is just whatever pocket change that they feel like throwing once the sale has settled, once the dust has settled. And it can be for whatever reason they want. They don't have to have a clearly defined reason for it. Because again, there's no standard. There's no standard in this industry. Okay, I think it's on the back of the building, so I gotta go around. Gotta do a loopy-loop, loopy-whoopy. See, this is one thing you can't do with a car. Take that, motorists! I'm kidding. Okay, 411, right here. I just picked up an order for Pizza Hut. Oh yeah, I was just talking about Pizza Hut too. The fact that they've been in the red for years, and a big reason why they partner with DoorDash as much as they do is because they can't realistically afford more employees. Oh, what am I doing? I almost forgot I didn't put it in my delivery bag. I put it on the basket. Oops. Okay. Let's see. I feel bad for this week because she's by herself till 4 p.m. today. No one else coming in, relying heavily on delivery. No bueno. Okay. Here we go. By the... Wait, huh? I'm here, comma, I just need to take the delivery photo before I go. Oh, they're being adamant for no reason. Alright, here's what I'll do. Alright, so I'm going to send this to the customer so they have DoorDash has a paper trail. Did that go through? Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I was just taking a photo. Okay, cool. And there's your order. And
You need a picture of the ID?
yes, that's right. Age restricted item. Okay. Is that? There you go. That going? And this isn't, I know I've said this at least once before, but I will continue to say it too. The fact that that so many people have an idea of what they want as a delivery driver, but we don't really come together as a community to figure out what overall we want and what we're willing to settle for. So if us participating in these conversations helps thread the needle towards that, then I think we're doing a good thing, you know? Like if we all just are like, oh well, you know, DoorDash isn't going to listen to us or anything, then how do we expect anything to change? You know, how do we expect anything to change if we just fold, right? If we just fold and we're like, oh well, it doesn't matter anyway. That's too nihilistic for my liking. That's way too nihilistic for my liking. I feel like, you know, there's always hope that something could be done, but nothing will get done if nothing is even attempted. You know, if we just give up attempting anything, how do we expect things to get better? You know, plain simple. I have a question I would like an opinion of. Oh yeah, go right ahead, Candy. Take it away, girlfriend. Take it away. Yeah. Oh yeah, that order I dropped off, it was $4.75 base pay, $1 tip, so total of $5.75. I mean, it only went a couple miles, so it wasn't all that bad for the most part. I know a lot of these kind of orders, the base pay is usually like $2. So. Yeah, let's just keep on going, see if I can get any more DoorDash before I wrap up for the afternoon. I know I'll have to stop at the restaurant at some point. Gotta pee again. But before I do that, I did bring some fruit cups with me. So I got some pears and I got some mandarin oranges. Just a good way to eat water. But I'm not going to have you guys watch me do it. Let's see, Dean says $60 today's goal. Yeah, it's 60. I mean, for quite a while, Thursdays have been like my $100 goal day, but lately now. So we'll just settle for 60. I guess I'll come back out later because the weather's going to be nicer. If you receive an order and it reeks of cigarettes and or weed, what would you think it would say? Yeah, I would definitely contact a live agent because if it's weed, then it could technically be illegal, right? Because weed's not legal, right? Just recreational 420 is not legal. It didn't get enough votes for that 60% majority. So unless it's medical, it's not technically legal unless your state law allows it. And if I'm not mistaken, federally it's not legal, which is weird. I don't know. It's happened twice to me before, once on DoorDash. They refused to give me any money back. Yeah, that's very suspicious. I'm sorry, man, but you really shouldn't be doing that stuff while you're delivering, right? You really should not be doing that kind of stuff. Like, there's a time and place for everything. You wanna light up and do whatever. Wait till you get back home or you go over to your friend's house or whatever. But on the job, that's just very unprofessional. Donut's eyes were watering so much because how bad it smelled. I thought it was not right. Nah, it's not right. It's bad juju. That is bad juju. They don't call it devil's lettuce for nothing. I'm kidding. Oh, wow. Guess where they're taking me back to? Back to that same goddamn McDonald's that they dragged me to earlier. For $3.50. Alright, let's do it. Wow. Today is something else, man. Just finishing up my pears before we go. Yeah. Hey Lisa, good to see you. It's been a grindy day, Lisa. We're not even $30 yet, and we've been out here over 3 hours. Order count. I haven't kept close track anymore. I know we're like 40-something orders towards the goal. Honestly, at this stage, it's like when it happens, it happens. When it happens, it happens. That's what we're going with. However, I did say too, if I miss an order for any reason along the way, then that's it. I'm not going to keep up this stupid challenge. Yeah, definitely a safety issue for sure. All right. Just finished my pears. Do you guys like pears? Feel free to let me know in the comments down below. I think there's a pear emoji, so you can put some pears in the comments too. But otherwise, let's head over to McDonald's and let's go deliver this order. Let's deliver this big order. And hey, you never know. The customer might supersize the tip after service. You like these McDonald's puns I'm putting in there? Have you got a law over there that states that you're not allowed to smoke in a company vehicle? Oh, it's just straight up not legal here. Recreational. Now, medical is legal, but I don't think it's legal to do medical and operate a vehicle. I don't think. I'd have to... I can type that in, actually. Let's see. It depends on the state, because some states it is legal, but if I'm not mistaken, it's not federally legal. So that's like the strange part. I guess that would really only apply if you're like on federal property. Is it legal in the state of Florida to operate a vehicle under the influence of medical marijuana? I'm curious about that. Okay, so yeah, so if you have a medical marijuana card, you cannot smoke while in or driving your vehicle in the state of Florida. So it is, medical marijuana is legal in Florida, and recreational is state legal in some states. Not all, but some. But to operate a vehicle or be in a vehicle with medical marijuana is not legal. Not just, cigarettes as well. I don't think that applies to cigarettes. I don't think it does. Let me type that in there. Can you smoke cigarettes while in or operating a vehicle? Let's see. In general, there is no broad federal level or federal law in the United States that outright bans the act of smoking tobacco while operating a motor vehicle. So, in other words, ambiguous with that one. Ambiguous as far as cigarettes. Wacky tobacco? No. Cigarettes? Not as certain. And Lisa says you love pears. I like pears. I mean, they're pretty sweet. Nice bit of tartness to it. The texture is interesting. I don't love the texture. Sometimes it feels gritty, but other times it's got like a bit of a crunchy snap, like a pineapple. Although pineapples definitely have the better texture, in my opinion. Definitely the more consistent. You can't smoke in a company vehicle. Yeah, actually, let me type that one. I'd be curious about that one too. Can you operate a company vehicle while smoking cigarettes? It does say smoking in company vehicles is generally prohibited. Generally prohibited. Now, keep in mind too, right? A lot of companies are privately owned businesses that are allowed to make up their own, rules, regulations, policies, maybe please. So, I can understand that. Hey, Share Bear, Orange Share Bear, good to see you. Hope you're having a good day so far. Got all kinds of civil discourse going on. I mean, would you expect any less from here? So that's always heck can do, especially when you get more people in on it. Yeah, that's a good way to kind of pass the time while dealing with these slow and low-paying orders. There wasn't even $9 today. And this is our fourth order. So, yeah, not the most. But I digress. That's with all the apps on, by the way. I have all these apps on. So, not even shipped. It's coming through right now. So yeah, no broad federal level or no broad federal law about smoking while operating a vehicle, but is generally prohibited if operating a company vehicle. So, hope that answers your question, Teal Paul. It's legal here, Paul. I don't know if there's any type of law. I would assume if it smells like the devil's lettuce, they're driving under the influence, which is illegal. And so we're getting to the McDonald's now. It's a little up ahead, about half a mile. Stop tilting! At some point, I'm gonna have to go fill them. So once again, this is another one of these orders where the customer is very close to the merchant, but they drag me from where I'm at to go to the area to get the order close to the customer. They've been doing this like basically a week straight now. This is ridiculous. That's right, you need the cherry pick though. That's what Mr. Worldwide says. Oh well. See, credit where credit's due. At least I'm a good sport about the stuff. You know, at least I'm a good sport about it, for the most part. Because I know I'm not making money if I just sit at home and complain about gig work. I'm not, huff and puff, I'm not making any money from DoorDash, and all the orders are so bad. I'm just going to stay home all day and not do anything, and I'm going to feel sorry for myself and just pig out on a bunch of ice cream and pizza. Like, nah, you know, I'll complain and stuff, but I'll still go out there and do my thing, hang out with you guys, work towards something greater in life. Hey Colleen, welcome back. We're just on our way back to picking up another mediocre order that we had to have a lot of downtime for, because that's what's been going on all day. It's just, yeah. Now, in the meantime, we've had a lot of cool discussion, so if you feel like you've got anything to add to the pinned comment, Colleen, feel free to let us know in the comments down below. You know, that question isn't just for drivers. It could be for anyone that, you know, has something to say about the subject or anything like that. If you got anything you'd like to share with us about the pinned comment, feel free to let us know in the comment section down below. And in the meantime, we're almost at McDonald's, so we're going to pick this order up and take it from there. Oh yeah, I'm going to use the bathroom when I'm in there too. I got a tinkle. I wonder how many bags I got for this. It's only one bag, I can just fit it in my basket. Oh, it's just a... Wow, okay, it's just a thing of coffee. It's a thing of iced coffee. That's it. I think companies should pay their gig workers. Yeah, definitely. You know, at the end of the day, they're the ones that want us to do the work, right? They're the ones that want us to do it. I think they should be paying us more. And then whatever the customer feels like leaving afterwards. Because you figure if they're paying us high enough, then we don't have to guilt trip customers for tips, you know? Not even saying we should do that in general, but you know what I mean. And that's the problem I have with the no tip, no trip community, is that they just constantly take it out on the customer, and yet they bitch about the company not paying them enough. It's like, which is it? You know? Don't get me wrong, ungrateful customers are ridiculous. I think we can all agree with that one, but at the same time, they're already paying for the service, right? They're already paying for the service by placing the order and paying the delivery fee and the service fee. So to add all that astronomical pressure on them just doesn't seem fair. That's why I really do sympathize with them. I know what happened. Yeah, this chick that's pulling into McDonald's. That's what happened. She almost got hit. It's stupid, man. Yeah, and just remember, losing your life in an accident is not worth McDonald's. I'll be right back. No, actually, I agree with the driver this time. So I saw what happened. So the customer that's in the line right now, they were pulling in as incoming traffic was nearing closer and closer. It's like, you gotta wait until they leave, man. That's extremely close call. So yeah, don't do that. let the driver pass, and then you can go. But I digress.
Camera on it.
Gotta get rid of this real quick. this way, right here. And it's a little tilted for my liking, though. I'll hang it off the handlebars. Why not? That usually holds up pretty good. There we go. That'll work. And on the bottom, just make it less likely to tip over. You know, customer tip is nice, but a customer tip over is not. But I digress. Tip over is in, like, you know, drink if something falls over and spills. Yeah. So punny, so funny. Let's go make some money. Alright, Queen says, oh wow, $111. You're getting there, Queen. Sure. Lucky you. Happy to see that. Glad you're doing well out there, Queen. It is a slow, grindy day in my area. Oh, I know where this is at. It's the smoke shop. On my way with your order. Yeah, it's like right next door. Alright, let's get it. Oh, there it is. I see it. Aha! Wow. This is probably the closest order I've ever delivered. It's literally right at the smoke shop right here. I could literally just walk over there and deliver it. That's how close. See? We're right here. Look at that. Ow! Man, imagine if I had orders like this all day. That'd be heckin' dope. Yes, my journey to $100 would be a lot easier, huh? That's it. You're right there.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. You too.
Sweet treat. So let's see. Queen says it slowed down, so I parked so that I'm not wasting gas. Yeah, that's fair. I can understand that. If I'm stationary too long, DoorDash doesn't seem to want to send me stuff. So that's why I kind of stay on the move a little bit. But, you know, I don't need gas, so I digress. I think the company should pay the driver for the deliveries. Yeah, man. It's like DoorDash isn't delivering. All they're doing is just dispatching. That's all they do. They just dispatch orders. That's it. The actual delivery, why they pocket the delivery fee is beyond me. Other than they're just greedy bastards. That's the whole goddamn reason. They're just greedy bastards. And, you know, we don't have some kind of regulation to tell them that, hey, you're right, pay them, right? At least give that to the driver. Imagine that, right? You're quicker than them getting the text. Yeah, that was the shortest order I've ever done once we actually got here. I didn't even realize how close it was. I knew it was close to the restaurant, but geez Louise, man. I didn't realize it was right next door, like 2 units away. It's funny. I mean, they probably couldn't leave the store if I had to guess. But then again, I guess if they just wanted to do it, there's that too. But I digress. Just making sure they're actually looking. Alright, so I'm gonna get a little shade. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to leave this area just yet. Hoping that I can get something halfway decent while I'm here. But yeah, it's like, at the very least, give us the delivery fee, right? We're the ones delivering. So why the hell that they're pocketing it is bullshit. Because imagine that, right? You figure you go to DoorDash, and they tipped, yeah. They tipped $1.50. So that's cool, right? It was only one thing of coffee, 2 units away. what am I going to do? Be like, they must tip $5 or otherwise no trip. See, that's another thing I noticed about the no tip, no trip. They also complain about the low tips too. No tip, no trip. Low tip, no trip. Unga bunga, unga bunga. I'm telling you, man, they're like a goddamn cult. But yeah, you go to the website, and what's the delivery fee for a lot of the places, other than sometimes $0? Like $1.49, $1.99, $2.99. Add that to the $2 or however, add that to the calculator that they have, right? DoorDash has this, they have this calculator where if you, with base pay on the earn by offers is like $2 to $10, right? That's fine. Keep that calculator, but add the delivery fee on top of that. So let's say that you get a $2 base pay for an order, and the delivery fee that the customer paid was $1.49. That's $3.49 that could go back to the driver. That's a 75% increase, an almost 75% increase of the base pay alone. Imagine if you had like those kind of noticeable percentages added to the base pay. That's how much more money that you'll see on average for your paycheck. That's a big deal, right? It might not seem like a big deal if you're just looking at the one order, but imagine if every order had that added bit to it. You know, like let's say that you do a shopping order, $5 base pay, and the customer pays $1.99 for the delivery fee. That's $6.99 for the base pay. That's almost 40%. That's an almost 40% increase of the base pay alone. So if the customer somehow, if for whatever reason the customer decided not to tip, that's still a noticeable difference. And then if they decide to tip on top of that, there you go. It adds up, man. That's what it is. It adds up. So you can do that too. Like, we could just keep the system as it is and just give the driver the delivery fee, or just have like the big Prop 22 overhaul. Now, personally, I'm more in favor of the Prop 22 one, but if we're going to be realistic, I think that we should put pressure on DoorDash. Not saying we don't already do, but I think we should continue to put pressure on DoorDash to give us the delivery fee on top of the base pay that they give us. That would really make a world of a difference. Hey, Stitch Love, how you doing? As a customer, you pay a delivery fee. Sometimes they have to promote on, which is a reduced delivery fee or a free fee. Yeah, I'm aware of that too. And I know that Dash Pass customers, I think the delivery fee is excluded, I think. But even still, I could see that being like a potential path that they could take. I can see that, just an idea. And I figured I put that in the thumbnail. I don't know how many of you guys saw the thumbnail, but I made the thumbnail where I took several of the CEOs of these companies, and then I had one say, just give the driver the delivery fee, and then they got thrown out the window. You leave tomorrow? Oh, okay. Well, have a safe trip, Stitch Love. Uber Eats as well, get paid from the company, a certain percentage of the food price you're ordering on the apps are inflated. Oh, yeah. That's, the reason why, Paul, is that's a 30% up mark. Most of the time, that's a 30% up mark because that's how much commission they're charging to the consumer. Or not the consumer, the merchant. Because the merchant has to pay, most merchants have to pay a 30% commission fee to use DoorDash. So every order that they have dispatched to DoorDash or through DoorDash, they pay 30% for that. So they make up the difference by, or they take that 30% and then they inflate the price of the stuff at the store. Now, when it comes to the shopping orders, like if you order through a store, like a grocery store, whatever, they don't technically inflate the price, but the service fee is higher. because, well, you're ordering more stuff. I need more water. No fear, though. Another fruit cup. See, even when I run out of water in my sippy cup, I can still stay hydrated by eating water. See, fruits and vegetables are always a great way to make sure that you eat water. So, oh, a little messiness aside. I digress. Anyway, this isn't a food ASMR channel, so turn away, get away. I'm kidding. Yeah, there's nothing in roadie, so I'm not going to be able to get a roadie order. Yeah, if you guys like oranges, put some orange emojis in the chat. I think they're great. No peachy cam while I was eating a peach. That's funny. Yeah, you know, I haven't had peaches in a while. I forgot what they taste like. I'll have to try some peaches again. More peaches, more beaches. I don't know. But yeah, I like oranges. They're heckin' dope. I like those navel oranges too, because like they're really sweet, you know? They're really sweet. You get like your whole day's worth of vitamin C just from a single one. And then you get 3 grams of fiber on top of that. So I don't know. That's pretty heckin' dope. Yeah, I noticed some of these shorts I'm posting are getting some halfway decent views. That's pretty cool. Maybe YouTube will add shorts a bit more to my algorithm. Shorts did really good on my other channel. Not saying I'm trying to like chase that success or anything, because in a lot of ways this channel has definitely been better. If you look beyond the surface, I guess this I enjoy this channel much better. Plus, you know, it's really becoming the thing that I've wanted it to be. You know, just a really awesome place to build just a heckin' dope community, some cool peeps, do all kinds of cool stuff. So, yeah. So, yeah, if I just stay around here, nothing's gonna happen. See, like you guys have seen for yourselves, it's like I leave here and then they drag me back, but then when I'm up here, it's nothing. It's nothing. That's why I'm not gonna maintain the 100% acceptance rate once I get there. I want to get there and give my overall thoughts on this journeyest of journeys. But I've pretty much decided I'm not going to uphold a perfect AR once, after I get there. Like this whole charade, I'm still going to take the majority of stuff, don't get me wrong, within reason. That's a key distinction, within reason. And for what it's worth, I know that this is an off week, I guess. It's a bit of an off week. But even still, I digress. So yeah, I'm just gonna start making my way back. See if I get anything in my zone, or close to my zone. And I'll come back out later on tonight. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm going to be wrapping the stream up outright at the moment. I don't think I'm going to be staying out that much longer. Not at this rate. I mean, thankfully, it's not as warm today as it was, well, this past whole week, pretty much. So that'll make it more ideal for me to come back out and try again. Come back out and try again. Later on. Anybody got special plans for this weekend? Feel free to let us know in the comments below. Aside from, I don't know, maybe watching your boy. Wink, wink. Yeah, maybe I'll come back out later. I don't know. I know I'm going to be doing double shift duty tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. But I'll see about tonight. I don't personally have the best feeling about tonight, so I might not. But I'm not too sure yet. You know, at the very least, the weekend for sure. We'll be headed down to Tennessee this weekend. Go to the market, take some stuff down to the family farm. Oh, cool. Yeah, I do plan on taking some time off to go visit my best friend. She lives in Tennessee as well. Also, that'll be my first time going to that state. I hear it's a pretty nice state for the most part. You plan on going live Saturday? Oh, cool. Yeah, that ought to be good. Or should I say, that ought to be heckin' dope. Looks like we're good. Yeah, I'm officially out of water. At least I ate some water, you know? That's always good. You figure there's more than one way to get water in the system. Do you get more orders or less orders if it's really hot out? You know, I don't know, man. I don't know. You would think that people not wanting to come out could potentially lead to more orders, like more people wanting to stay inside and place orders. But I don't know if it's that simple. And keep in mind, too, I have a very saturated market. There's a lot of drivers in Titusville for some reason. Well, actually, I know why it is, of course. When you have more drivers on the road, then you could get orders delivered more quickly. That doesn't really benefit individual drivers. It benefits DoorDash. We all know this by now. But, yeah, that's really the big problem. I'm just competing against too many drivers. But no matter what market you go in, saturation's everywhere. It's just some people live in much more favorable markets. They're able to afford to compete against other drivers because there's so many goddamn orders and so many goddamn customers. And don't get me wrong, I'm really happy for the people that are able to capitalize on it. Because if you're not capitalizing on it, you're wasting your potential. You know? Like, my market is the biggest thing holding me back, even though it's the thing I have to rely on for work. It feels like a parasitic relationship in a way, and not necessarily me being the parasite. Because I'm just trying to make ends meet, take care of my, just take care of what I need to take care of, plain simple. Yeah, I do have a lot to think about moving forward, but of course, we're going to keep on trucking. We're going to keep on trucking. Yeah, I know I'm not going to get anything on the way back, so I'll just end the dash for now. Wow, that's bullshit, DoorDash. So it's pink, and it says, average is 7-minute wait. No, absolutely fucking not. I've been waiting like upwards of 20 to 30 minutes in between orders today, man. A little bit difficult for you because you can't exactly change zones too much. Yeah, that's really the other elephant in the room. I'm basically region locked by circumstance. Like, I can't afford a car, man. That's why I don't have one. I know I've spoken openly about that before. That is, however, that is why I have flirted with the idea of a moped. I would have to make it street legal and everything, but I flirted with the idea of a moped as more of a workaround. Because you figure, you get a gasoline-powered moped, you get incredible fuel economy. Your average moped gets like 100 miles a gallon. So yeah, I would have to start spending gas, but god damn it, I would be able to go where I want to go, you know? But I haven't confirmed any of that, plus I'd have to really think about the one that I would get. Right, just getting one of those $700 mopeds on Amazon isn't a guaranteed path of success. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do multi-app, Queen. You know that by now. I've spoken openly about that since day one. I always multi-app. I've had all these apps on the whole time. Let me show you. I'm telling you, man, it's just not enough. It's not enough. See, Grubhub's been on this whole time. And I have blocks scheduled. Let me show you. Look at all those blocks I have. Right? I've had it on this whole time. Nothing. And here's Uber Eats. I've had it on this whole time too. Nothing. Look at all those hotspots. Nothing. I have Roadie on. Nothing. See? Nothing. And let me hammer the nail. just a bit more. So I've been on the schedule with Shipped basically all day, and nothing. See, those aren't my zones. All these places are like 40 plus miles away, man. There's nothing. Like, I keep telling you guys, man, I do it all, and it's still just not enough sometimes. Right? That's why I say that if you're able to crush your goals in your respective market, don't be wasteful of your time and resources. Because you got people like me that are working just as hard, and we just don't have as many opportunities. We can't make as much money. Plain and simple. Right? I've spoken this whole time about multi-apping. I've spoken this whole time about how even while I'm door dashing, I still have all the apps on. You guys ever wonder why you almost never hear anything from the other apps? It's because I never get anything. I almost never get anything from them. Hey, Gate Smasher, how you doing? It's been a brutal morning, Gate Smasher. This one was even worse than yesterday. It's just a brutal day. You know, people got to remember, man, we don't all have the fortune of good zones, right? If you think your zone's bad, I can assure you mine's worse. I mean, I still make it work. That's why I keep doing it, right? I still make it work, nonetheless. But yeah, you guys gotta remember, my zone sucks, dude. Why do you think I get a static if I make $100? Because look at how uncommon that is. Even when I'm spending hours and hours out here with all the apps on. Even when I'm taking everything, you know? So if you live ultimately, moral of the story is, you live in a good market, just keep going. Just keep doing your thing. All right? Capitalize on it as much as you can. You know? Capitalize it on as much as you can. So, I digress. But yeah, I guess I'll make that another stream topic, multi-apping. Because trust me, you know, unless you guys aren't paying attention, I've been transparent with you about multi-apping this whole time. And if you guys have been here long enough, you've seen that sometimes I get other orders too from other apps. But the reason why it's mostly DoorDash, because it's mostly just DoorDash, period. You know? Gotta wait. Yeah, I mean, I still have these apps on. You know, I still have these apps on. Still nothing. Yeah, if I don't get an order in less than 10 minutes from now, we're just going to wrap up. I mean, you know, I'm multi-apping out here, guys. I've been transparent with you this whole time about that. Still nothing. Alright, still nothing. At least the weather's not that bad today. It's definitely quite a bit cooler. Alright. Hey there, Mike. Just returned from getting a big cold slice of watermelon to munch on while chilling in the heat. Yeah, I did bring some fruit cups that I had earlier. I had one of those little cups of the pears and one of mandarin oranges. Just a way to... Just another one of my ways of having some vitamin C on the go and some water. As you know, you figure even if you run out of water in your bottle, it doesn't mean you can't stay hydrated. So, eat fruits, eat vegetables. It's a good way to eat water, you know? I figure the majority of the composition of a fruit or vegetable is water anyway. But, you know, I ran out of both, so I know I'll have to top up my water at some point. But yeah, I'm just giving a few more minutes to these apps. If there's nothing, I'm just going home. You know, it's safe to say, at least, right? I've been out for over 4 hours. I've given it a shot. We're not even operating 7 miles an hour. Yeah. Hey, it's all good, right? You gotta take the good with the bad with the good. The weekend is right around the corner, literally tomorrow. I think it'll definitely pick up, at least a little bit. And for what it's worth, too, I did well. I actually, I mean, you saw it. I made above my weekly goal 2 weeks in a row. So that sort of helps counteract it, you know. How's the beginning of the Memorial Day? Oh, it's brutal, man. I hope it picks up. I really hope it picks up. Hey, Off Guard. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Ow. Like, share, subscribe. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's, today's brutal. Yesterday was somehow better. Are you late to the party? I mean, I've been streaming over 4 hours, so, yeah, maybe. Well, I appreciate you being here nonetheless. I know people try to pop in whenever they can, which is great. That's awesome, man. I know I can't realistically expect every single person to always be here no matter what, you know? That wouldn't be right for me to be like that. So whenever people are able to come in, whenever people are, even if they don't stick around, they just hit the like button and say hi. It's like, hey, that's great too, you know? You guys are heckin' dope. Maybe it's a way for the universe to say that you need to take some time off, enjoy yourself. Well, for the real time off that I'm trying to save up for, a trip to Tennessee for at least a few days. I'd like to try to make it a full week if I can. I still need to put a little more to the side to make that happen. So I'm sure the combination of a monetized YouTube channel and working is definitely going to get me there. Planning the trip in August. Off guard says W Mike. Yes. Speaking of monetized, we're at 2,669 watch hours on a goal of 3,000 for the partial monetization. We're very close because we've been going up anywhere between like 40 to 60 plus watch hours a day most of the time. Sometimes less, sometimes more. Strange, I went Eric Dashings. I couldn't. You couldn't comment? Really? That's weird. Huh. I know that I can't comment on his shorts on my phone. I noticed that with other people I have a wrench with too. I turned on your channel and just let it play. Well, I appreciate that, Gate Smasher. I appreciate all of you that are here with me. You know, whether you're chit-chatting with me, whether you're just running the stream, if you're just hitting the like button, doesn't matter. You guys are all great. Appreciate you being here with me. And you know, it's definitely important as a creator that wants to build a community to always show your appreciation. No matter what, no matter how you feel, right? You know, it's like, don't get buried by your own discouragement and stay stuck in your head about bad things or things you don't have, especially if it comes at the cost of the community that you share it with. You know, I've seen that happen too many times here, man. And it's like it cuts ties with good relationships and whatnot. Not making that same damn mistake that I've seen other people make. And hopefully, you know, them seeing how I do what I do positively inspires them as well, you know? Sometimes YouTube bans you from commenting if your comment is reported. Yeah, that's a good point too. They can, I've had that happen a couple times before where I wouldn't be able to comment on anything for like 24 hours. But I can comment in live streams. That's weird. I don't know. Really enjoy watching others who put in their time to make a good channel and for others to come in and chat. Oh yeah, plus, you know, having that awesome sense of community, right, makes this whole YouTube thing possible. You know? Just makes all this possible. It's like, you know, I want us to be able to laugh. I want us to be able to, you know, gain perspective, to learn, to be entertained, whatever, right? You know, to get something out of these experiences that we have here. You know, it's like my streams aren't like me just showing off how much I make as a gig worker, or, you know, oh, well, this is how you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do, and if you don't do it, then you're doing it wrong. You know, like these financial gurus and these so-called experts do, you know. Meanwhile, they like to sell $30 spreadsheets that they probably made on Google. Hey, little T, how you doing? You got in trouble. I was trying to joke around. You got cut off from, and you got cut off. So that happened to you too, huh? Is what, for the comment sections and whatnot? Well, that sucks. Well, I'm glad you can at least comment here. I appreciate you being here with us, little T. How's your day going other than that? It's been, yeah, it's already past 1 o'clock. No orders, so screw it, I'm going home. I'm not staying out, just bake in the sun like a dog in heat. Even though it is a little cooler today. Maybe I'll come back out later, I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking about just saying fuck it, take the rest of the day off again. Because the weekends have been, the evenings have been atrocious lately. Yeah, bumpy wumpies. Bumpy wumpy, bumpy wumpy. Bumpy wumpy, bumpy wumpy, bumpy wumpy. Yeah, you know, at least on the whole, I'm still doing pretty solid financially this month. And you figure after today, we got, what, 9 days left of the month. So we still got plenty of time to just keep doing our thing. I mean, I technically have enough to pay everything off now and still have some money left over. Yeah, good timing. Landlord just left and I just came back. Getting a checkup done? I got you. And you figure too, right? As this channel continues to grow, okay, what's going on? It's damn buffering. But yeah, just, you know, it didn't quite work out with my last channel. I'm not gonna get into that. It's complicated, but I really appreciate you guys being here with me. You guys are heckin' dope. I say do what works for you. I've seen others and I take a little from that and a little from add my own, then boom, got 30 years down building all sorts of structures, meeting many. Nice. That's heckin' dope. Okay. Now you're retired watching the new... Wow, I didn't realize you were that old. Huh. Yeah, that's cool, man. Wow, this charger's still pretty beefy, huh? Interesting. And even though it wasn't the greatest, we still did okay, everything considered. You know, we talked about some cool stuff. I think overall we had a pretty good time on this live stream. And at least I put a few dollars back in the piggy bank for what it's worth. So overall, definitely could have been worse. And as always, appreciate you guys being here with me. If you enjoyed the stream, just hit that like button on the way out. Subscribe to the channel if you have yet to do so. Ring that Taco Bell so you get notified the next time I upload. It sounds like this. There we go. That's the notification bell. So be sure to ring that. That way you get notified the next time I upload. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of today's live stream. What do you like to see next? Any of that, let me know down below. Speaking of which, down below, if you're looking for other interesting things and stuff, links in the description box. And be sure to let your family and friends know all about Mike the Bike Dasher. I bet they'll get a real kick out of this community and everything like that. Hey, JK, I'm just wrapping up, man, but appreciate you being here with me. I was out for about 4 hours, made $27. It was pretty pathetic, but tomorrow's another day, maybe later on. I don't know. I'm thinking about taking tonight off. Yeah, maybe I'll just take tonight off. Fuck it, why not? But I'll definitely be back out on the weekend. We got double duty, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, love you guys. Appreciate you continue supporting my channel, and I'll see you then. Take care.